Hello, hello, hello. How are we doing? Hello, Rapute, first one to speak after the stream had started. Hello, 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 Sunbeardy. Hello, Silver. Hello, Day. Hello, Silver Sister. Hello, Erolfos. Hello, hello, Hedena. Thanks for waiting for us all to die. You're welcome. You're welcome. If you did not know, it's basically been established now. It's been like 3 weeks in a row or so. Every Saturday for a couple of hours, 2, 3, maybe even 4-ish hours before stream on the Saturday. On the Discord, we play some games with anyone who wants to join. At the moment, we were playing Peak. So everyone was dying horribly as per usual. I'm assuming no one won, as is the way with Peak. Hello, Aman. I had to leave early, so I don't know how it ended. Hello, Rosenlav. Hello, Flora. First of all, thank you, Flora, for the subscription. Resubscribe for 10 months, my word. Thank you, thank you. Of the Devil, yes. Yes, great game. Great game. Very much enjoying it. I'm assuming if you watch Jelly play it, you already know what's going to happen. But, we'll see. We'll see. Hello, Huli, hello. Who's ready for more Umineko references? Of course. We've already had like 3. I think 3 separate ones, so I'm ready for more. Of the Devil means it's time to move Twitch from side monitor to main monitor. Oh shit. Main monitor content, baby. It's been upgraded. Huge. We take those. And then, hey Dan, thank you for the 20 stream streak. 20 the amount of times I was stung by bees. You did get stung by bees a large number of times, I do remember. But, we needed the honeycomb. We needed the honeycomb for sure. I was like, I've never been alive at the winning of a Peak game. I've won one once when I was dead. And then, hey, Dana, thank you so much. Thank you for gifting 6 months of Tier 1 to Silver Sister. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And that one I know was not paid for by Silver Sister. That one was out of your own pocket, so thank you, thank you. You love this game, Flora? I really like this game as well. If Chapter 2 ends strongly, I dare say I will love this game as well. You didn't know walruses sleep like this? It's cute. They kind of do just kind of pile up on a beach. And then all kind of just vibe. They do a bit of headbanging. But, they're alright. I don't know if it's like other seals and stuff where they have like one male and then all the rest are female. I actually have no idea. But anyway, yes. We're here. We started Chapter 2 last stream, so we're like 4 hours into it, but in streamer time, we're probably like, that's the equivalent of being about 2.5 hours in, so. And they do use each other's pillows, which I guess makes sense, right? If you're a walrus living on like a rocky beach, I suppose you'd come to the agreement, let's all sleep on like soft flubber and flab rather than on rocky gravel. Well, let us start off, as we always do, with the dulls. They call them dulls, but they're anything but. Right, today, we've got Power Scale. Slang was saying in the Discord, if you don't get Bandle on 1, you're trolling. So, of course, we have to do Bandle today as well. And then we're going to do the Am I the Asshole Guesser game as well, because that one's pretty fun. So let's start it off. Okay, we have a Digimon lad, Tentomon from Digimon Adventure versus Cyborg 09, or 009, from Cyborg 009, the Cyborg Soldier. Okay, well, he is the guy who the thing is named after. That does give him aura points. However, Digimon are, like, normally crazy strong. But this one doesn't look very strong. It looks like a little ladybug kind of deal. Does Tentomon include Digi-evolutions? I don't know what is... Do you know what Koshiro is? I don't know what Koshiro is, so... I mean, surely it doesn't involve evolutions. Like, if someone was telling me the power scale of Charmander, I can't imagine they were like, oh, but it also includes if you evolve them into a Charizard. Like, because that's a whole different person. Showed the dude. Okay. I'm going Cyborg 009. Okay, huge. Will this be the day? Will this be the day where we get 100%? Snake Plissken from Escape from New York. Oh my god, Kojima in the room with us. Are you a bad enough dude to save the president? Dr. Octopus from Superior Octopus. Umbrina, you here? I need info. Who is Superior Octopus? Oh, he does have a cigar in one of his octopus arms, which is fucking badass. Just smoking that giant blunt. I mean, Snake Plissken's just like a guy, right? He's like a super strong action hero, whereas Dr. Octopus has like comic bullshit. Potential bot joining the Discord, classic. We had one the other day as well. But you know what? Sometimes you have to believe until they prove you wrong. We don't get enough people joining the Discord that I can ban people on the off chance they're bots. We need every user we can get. You know what I'm saying? Exclamation mark wars in the chat. Anyway, I'm going Dr. Octopus for sure. Okay, huge. Wonder Woman versus Kureto Hiragi from Nothing, apparently. I mean, I have to go Wonder Woman. I mean, Wonder Woman she's strong. Surely. Okay, huge. Okay, we have Noah Opthis from Supernatural, which I have never seen, but it involves two homosexual men fighting demons, if I've caught the lore correctly. And then Mak Wei Gang from Descent of the Demon God. Now, this guy does not have a character art, but he's from an anime called, or a property called Descent of the Demon God, which really does make me think fucking it's got to be better than this guy. Who the fuck is this guy? They're actually no. Are they actually brothers? That's fucking crazy. They're like one of the biggest like ships, like one of the classic ships that I see online. You telling me they're actually brothers? That's fucked up. I'm going with Mak Wei Gang. I'm feeling good about this. Huge. Okay, David Jehozaz Abram, human, from Magi, versus Alex Delarge from A Clockwork Orange. Oh, the ship is one of those guys and an angel. Oh, I thought those two were the two. I thought those were the same ones. Okay. I mean, I have not. Look, I'll be honest with you. I have not watched A Clockwork Orange. I think I've seen a couple of clips. But the guy is just a guy, right? Whereas this dude, I mean, look at him. He looks like a fucking wizard god. I mean, we gotta go with this guy. He even has extreme magic. Okay, 9 from Stranger Things. I have not watched Stranger Things. I'm not gonna lie to you. I didn't realize it was a comic. Was it really a comic before it was a TV show? Bro, people do not have original ideas anymore. That's crazy. I mean, I already knew Stranger Things was basically just like 80s nostalgia, the TV show. But I thought they at least made up the story. Was it actually based on a comic book? Or was the comic book made after the show? It's like a, supplementary. Versus Veronica Madaraki from Franken Age. Okay, if this is the correct one I'm thinking of, from the manga called, Frankenfan, which was about a genius female doctor who's like a Frankenstein, and she can, she normally goes, it's like a comedy horror manga where each episode, or each chapter, she goes to some random place and someone asks her to help her solve a problem, and she tries to solve the problem optimistic, kind-heartedly, but it always turns out like genie wish style, becoming like a horrific thing that fucks up the person's life. You know, one of those kind of things, which is pretty fun. But if I remember correctly, this was her sister who was made to be a living weapon. So I feel like she's gonna win. Okay, she's not actually that strong, huh? Fair enough. Okay, Shiba Roses from Raid versus Chloe Sakamata from Hollow X Break. What the heck is Hollow X Break? This isn't some HoloLive bullshit, is it? The name, the visuals, and the game title is giving me big HoloLive vibes. But then look at this guy. Look at this dude. He's a fucking thinker. I mean, I feel like... I gotta give it to this guy. Surely. Huge. Huge. Oh my god, we might actually get the 10 out of 10. We might actually get the perfect power scale. Okay, we have... Ikalgo? I've never watched Hunter x Hunter. But it is an octopus with a gun, which is pretty fucking badass. Versus Captain Cold, who looks like a fucking nerd. Ikarugo. Wait, that's not his name. Is that there must be some sort of reference that I do not understand. I mean, I've got to go with Hunter x Hunter. Surely. Surely. I mean, it's like an anime about people killing each other, right? Oh my god. Oh my god. Just. We're scraping by on a lot of these, huh? Okay. 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 The EXD Infiltrator Droid from Star Wars versus Hiyoko Sayanoji from Danganronpa. Danganronpa voice? Danganronpa. Despite looking like an octopus, that is an ant. Oh my god. That's fucking crazy. Okay. She's not very strong. She's just like a... She's like the best dancer in the world, right? She's like a small child who's just a good traditional dancer. I gotta give it to the Infiltrator Droid. What? I mean, we still got it, but bro. How the fuck? Yeah, ultimate traditional dancer. How are you telling me she has superhuman physical characteristics? What the fuck do you mean? Attack potency, small building level, should be athletic as a dancer. Sorry, okay, so I didn't realize if you took up dancing, you can destroy a building. So I didn't realize that was a thing. So apparently dancing gives you the attack that scales to 0.24 tons of TNT. So that's my bad. That's my bad. She's also 4 foot tall and has above average human average lifting strength. Sorry, Sorry, I didn't realize. I didn't realize apparently she has all this bullshit that, like, she clearly doesn't. Oh my god. This fucking... I'm gonna go... One of these days it's gonna drive me to madness. Okay, here it is. Here it is. For the final... For the perfect. Can we get the perfect? We have Lumino from Gravity Rush versus Zan. I mean, look. I don't know who Zan is, okay? But they have a Superman-like emblem on their chest. Which makes me think they're pretty strong. Gravity Rush... I remember very little about it, but... I don't remember anyone in that being, like, crazy strong. I have to believe in the fucking superhero. Surely for the 10 out of 10, please. Please, 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 no! No! How the fuck is this guy so strong? don't even remember this guy. Oh my fucking god, bro. Oh, well, 9 out of 10 still pretty good. You know, it's a game of inches. You know what I'm saying? We'll get there eventually. Okay, I've been told we have to know this in one. And if you don't, you're trolling. Okay. Released in 1978. 367 million YouTube views. Yeah, I'm kind of nervous. I'm nervous I'm not going to get it. I'm going to be so embarrassed. Okay. Oh, is it? Of the line. Love isn't always on time. It's not in the way, Jose. It's not in the way she says amen. My voice is completely off today, so you're gonna have to forgive me. It's not in the things that you say that you do. Hold the line. Wow, 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 wow. Love isn't always on time. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Huge. Okay. Beautiful. Let me hear the glorp. Stay put / stand firm. Let me hear it. Again, look at this stats. Either you know it on one or you don't know it. No. So, this is... I've never seen a graph like this. This is crazy. Anyway, let me hear the glorp. Why is it fucking pipes? Why have they got the fucking windpipes out for this one? Apparently Toto didn't deserve a glorp, I guess. No glorp for Toto. I mean, I'm not gonna lie to you. Dare I say a better song than Africa? Dare I say it? Did I see how much slang hinted about the song on Discord? And I saw he was talking about it. I did not click on the spoilers because I was like, I should probably play this. The only real glorp you heard recently was yesterday, and it was Taylor Swift. I wonder if he only does it with certain voice ranges. Okay, if you do not know this one, the idea is we read Am I the Asshole posts, and then we have to guess whether we think Reddit voted it as you're the asshole or not the asshole. Oh, do you want me to click on it now because it's funny as fuck? Okay, hold on. Where is it? Oh, it was in stream chat, was it? Okay, hold on. I instantly recognize it. There's no way I can guess the title. Resist the Gaku. Hold the line. Very nice. Very nice. That's a +2. That's a +2. I'll give you that. Okay. So I immediately just saw the fucking title of this, and this is a fucking wild thing to say. Anyway. Am I the asshole for responding to my ex-girlfriend's new BF messages by sending him a photo of her giving me a BJ? Me and my ex, a fucking crazy thing to say. Me and my ex of 6 years broke up 2 months ago. So on the weekend, I saw my ex out clubbing with her new boyfriend. Didn't talk to him or her, just literally walked past and that was it. Come Monday, he requests to follow my Instagram, so I messaged him asking what he wanted. He wanted to try and talk some shit and try and rub in my face the fact that he is now with my ex. I responded by sending him a picture of her giving me a BJ and he blocked me. I told a few of my friends and someone saying I shouldn't have done what I did. And someone saying I did what is fine, so am I the asshole? Fucking crazy thing to do. But also, this new boyfriend is like it's like a fucking douchebag. Like, why would you do this? It's a fucking crazy situation. But like, it's kind of like, it's tough for me to think where Reddit's gonna fall, because on one hand, Reddit loves, as I said before, they love burning bridges and responding with over, like, what's the word? Over the top force. They love being like, well, you did this, so I'm gonna do this thing which is 10 times worse, but you deserve it, right? So I can see people being like, oh yeah, you're not the asshole. But on the other hand, you are like leaking nudes or like porn, sexual, you know, imagery of your ex, which feels like, I mean, it's like it's a pretty bad, like, you know, fucking breach of trust. I realize she's also obviously going out with this guy, so I can see someone being like, well, it's, you know, they're gonna see the same thing, but like, that's not cool, man. That's not a good thing to do. That's fucking, you can't be doing that. Yeah, I feel like, how's Reddit gonna? Yeah, it's like literal revenge porn. It doesn't matter the fact that he's now going out with her. It's still kind of like fucked up, right? So I'm gonna say people are gonna go, you're the asshole. Okay, nice, beautiful. Next one. Am I the asshole for calling my mom out for not being there for me as a kid? My parents both worked a shit ton when I was a kid, like 60 hours a week each. I spent all my time in after-school programs because my mum didn't have time to pick me up or be a room mom or do any of that stuff. I told my mum recently that I fucking hate her for not being there for me. She said she was sorry, but then she called me sexist because my dad also wasn't there. But my dad was doing as he should to provide, and my mother did not nurture me as she should. My dad was working so much that my mum didn't need to work too. She did it for herself instead of thinking of me and what I needed. I am not speaking kind to her because of her response. Am I the asshole for cutting it out of her for her behavior? I mean, it is kind of sexist to be like, I'm blaming you because you weren't there. Also, dad wasn't there, but he's a provider, so he doesn't need to be there and nurture me as a child. It definitely is kind of sexist. And it's also kind of wild for him to be like, my dad was working, so my mum didn't need to work. Like that, like, how do you know, bud? You were like 0 years old. You literally had the brain capacity of like a small mammal. How the fuck did you know your mum didn't need to work when your fucking dad was doing so? And yeah, and he did it for herself instead of thinking of me and what I needed. But on the other hand, it is kind of fucked up that they were working so much if they didn't need to. How's Reddit gonna fall on this? How's Reddit gonna fall on this? Are they gonna be like, Reddit does hate children? So maybe they'll just be like, oh, you should have, your parents can do whatever they want. I mean, literally telling your parents that you fucking hate them for never being there for you is also pretty hardcore. I'm gonna say you're the asshole. Okay, huge. Am I the asshole for being mad at my boyfriend for getting the same tattoo as me? Okay, here we go. This is like the perfect Am I the Asshole post title. So I got this tattoo when I was 16. It's my favorite one. It's not that generic either. I haven't seen anyone IRL who has that tattoo. My boyfriend has 2 tattoos, and I knew he was planning to get another one soon. Well, yesterday he comes home with the same tattoo, same exact placement and everything. He doesn't even like the fucking movie it's referencing. I have no idea where he got it. I was mad at him and asked why would he get that tattoo and not talk to me first. He said he just liked the tattoo and it's not my place to decide what he does with his body. He's mad at me now and I have to apologize. Oh my god. Okay. Okay. This went places. That's wild, because I thought he was going to be like, oh, I got it because we're matching. And then he's like, oh, sorry, I didn't realize you wouldn't want it. And she'd be annoyed because like, oh, you didn't ask me. Whereas he's more like, no, I don't give a fuck about you. I just like the tattoo. I thought the tattoo was cool, so I'm just going to fucking get it. I mean, look, it is his body. He's allowed to do whatever he wants with his body, but also it's kind of a dick move to be like, oh, you like your tattoo? Well, I've got the same tattoo now and I like it as well. If you're not trying to be like, we're matching. Is there a you are but your boyfriend is too option? On actual Reddit there is. There's an everybody sucks here, ESH option. I'm gonna say people are gonna say not the asshole to this. I think they're gonna be like, no, it's kind of fucked up he did that. And the fact that he's like, his justification is that he liked the tattoo. It's not like he was like, I wanted us to be matching. I'm gonna say they're gonna think she's not the asshole. Huge. You know what? I've done 6 of these now, or like 2 sets of 3. I haven't got a single one wrong. I think I may be the Reddit whisperer. Huge. Right. Well. No use pretending anymore. Oh, hold on. No, there is use delaying. Because Hasaniko 2 just put a game for the wheel. What game would you like? Hasaniko 2. For the wheel. Drum roll, please. I would like to add RAD, Robot Alchemic Drive. For you, added. Boom. It's in there. We might have to do, we'll have to do a... Oh shit, isn't Ruin Nanau's Life, Bread and Water, Soup Percent? Shit, is this the one I keep seeing of the retro Gundam game with the Nanau girl with like the weird accent, like, not the weird accent, but like that retro voice acting? It is. That game does look really fun. I did kind of think about streaming that one because I think it looked really funny. I cannot get enough of her voice. Like, I don't know what it is about the way she does the voice acting, but I really like it. I really like the way she does her voice. Oh no! That's my work! It's kind of the same as the Ape Escape acting. I think it's like something to do with the retro, like, extra emphasis on all the words and like the slightly crunchy audio. I don't know, it's something like that. I really appreciate it. I might have destroyed it accidentally on purpose. Those PS2 days. Look, the PS2 Renaissance is here. I don't know if it ever left, but I think we're kind of getting there because, like, you know how like people used to be big into pixel art, right? Pixel games and retro games, and I think as the years have gone by, basically the retro game in vogue, if that makes sense, like the one that people are excited about, comes forward, right? So we had like the old school ones, then we had like, you know, the NES and the SNES stuff, and I think we had a bit of the PS1 stuff. People liked some of the PS1 stuff with like, I don't know, Crow County and like Bloodborne, like the Bloodborne PS1 like demake someone made and all that kind of stuff. I think it's now time for the PS2 return. Exactly. Indie games now have PS2 or GameCube era graphics. We're back. We're back. We're so back. I can't wait for the fucking Xbox 360 to graphics to become like the retro. We'll all play fucking Halo 2 games. Brown and Bloom. Oh my god. Could you imagine if retro games like the nostalgia retro like indie remake arc ends up being that fucking, yeah, grey and brown fucking like the later Gears of Wars, some of the modern modern warfares, just fucking greys and browns and washed out colours. Oh my god. Cover shooters. Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's all gonna be there. Ooh, look at this one. Okay. So, if I remember correctly, we continue. Yes, we were just talking to this, well, chud son, basically. This bratty heir to the throne of this super rich Japanese themed business. Uh and we just found out. So if you haven't seen the beginning of this episode, we went to deep to like the criminal parts of town, right? Because we found out one of these gangs had a special mask you can wear, and the mask makes you immune to all cameras. So we went down in there to get this mask, and it ended up with us killing 4 people. The 4 people were holding a gang member of the opposite gang hostage in the bathroom, and we set him up to take the fall for the crime, so like people wouldn't see that we killed 4 people, right? And of course, as happens in all these games, we now have to. We have now been asked to defend the guy who was the hostage taken as hostage against the what's the word? The charges of murdering the other people. Because we murdered them and we set him up, and now we're defending him. And we thought, easy money, great. But it turns out there's been a 5th person who's been murdered, who we don't know who they are. So we're confused why a 5th person has been murdered. Oh no, it's a police officer. That's as well. We know it's a police officer. Fuck, I forgot. Yeah, a police officer's died, and they haven't told us who it is. So I'm really hoping. I'm like, there's no way it's Reyes. There's no way it's Reyes. They have way too much fan art for it to be Reyes. Look, they would not. Fucking Renier. Look, all I'm saying, they would not be making these if Reyes is dying at the beginning of episode 2, okay? They would not be making sexy fan art of Reyes in game if she's dying, okay? There's no way. So I think it may be London. If it's going to be anyone, I think it may be London. Poor sweet London. He's literally the cop who's like, you know, closest to retirement. That keychain is so cursed. Which one? Which one? There's so many you can. There's multiple ones you can say that for. Yeah. Okay. So that is you basically caught up to speed. We're defending this guy from the murders we committed, but also there's an extra murder in there. And this kid, he quotes from like great strategists in every conversation, which makes him like really annoying to deal with. But anyway, Morgan's my last name, by the way, before you start writing any checks. You. Oh yeah, because he thought her last name was it was something before. It was one of those classic things where she says like, my name's like Morgan, you know, don't wear it out or something, and she's like, Mrs. Don't wear it out, or whatever the fucking thing it would be. I can't remember what it is. Have we got it in the log? I haven't got it here. Defends, that was it. Yeah, because she's like, Morgan defense lawyer, or something like that. And he's like, yes, Morgan defends. Yes, of course. That was it. Yeah. Some fucking bullshit like that. You should have enunciated. They love making the Joker out of the criminal defense. They love calling her criminal defense and also having the criminal comma defense in her profile. Okay, August 4:41 p.m. In transit. Hey there, boss. Of course I'm fine. What do you think was going to happen? Yeah, all good news. I got quite the paycheck coming my way. Maybe bad news for you if you get a large crowd tonight. Yeah, Tell Sarah to meet me at the police station address I'm about to send. Mm-hmm. I've got work for her to do. There'll be quite the paycheck indeed waiting for me, assuming I can win. But can I afford to accept it? Ugh. Oh, it's her fucking aunt. Hey. Were any of those jokes around the office about your clients being connected to organised crime true? I do love the fact that why isn't it called Organ? Sorry, Morgan. I love the fact that Morgan is always exasperated texting her aunt, but also texts her multiple times whenever like she's in trouble or needs help. It's quite cute that she does actually like see her as a you know, a figure of authority and advice in her life. What? This is a kind of honeypot. I'm trying to get a grasp on something. Now I know you're baiting me. World's easiest. That's what she said, layup. I'd still basket that shit, though. I don't give a shit. I don't give a hoot. Why'd you make everything so hard? Come on. That's what she said. Classic. Like, come on, Freckles. Low-hanging fruit. I have no idea what you're talking about. Obviously. Why are you asking me about mafia shit, though? I'm working on a case for the, hold on. We remembered how to pronounce this last time. It was Ikaria, right? Ikaria or Ikari? Yeah, Ikaria. Whom I assume you've heard of. Definitely. Under circumstances that are probably vulgar. Absolutely. Which you'd be happy to brag about to me? Anytime. But I'm not well positioned to turn down the job outright. So I'd like to know whether they'd be resistant about parting ways afterwards. Why? Do you not like getting paid lots of money? True. I don't like being chained. I'm a lone wolf, you see. I'm half lion, half wolf. King of the jungle. Fair enough. So you're like, just asking for my advice? The aura loss is incredible. Oh my god. I keep forgetting it because she's fucking... Because this is 2088 and this woman's like... probably at this point, what, like 60? Yeah, she'd been born in like early 2020s. So I guess she still has the fucking Gen Alpha lingo. Not going to attempt to pass that. I doubt you ever could. My generation's sense of humour is practically impregnable. It is a very basic non sequitur, auntie. It just wasn't funny. Not even. She's old, and that's why she uses Homestuck slang? I mean, yeah, okay, yeah, maybe she's more like 80, I guess. That people... When did Homestuck come out? I assume it's like an early 2000s kind of deal. A non sequitur would be... What's the charge? That's just getting back on topic. Okay, no, old for... Not old in real life. Old in the year 2088. The charge is homicide? Oh, Marge. You got me on homicide. The charge is homicide. 5 counts. Meh. You're probably fine. All the stuff you hear about mobsters being clingy with their lawyers is because they don't want anyone who's been through their underwear drawers running around telling tales. Whatever poor fucker they pin multiple homicides on is obviously not anyone important. Well, bad news. It's actually like the chief of security. I don't think he was framed. Not by his own people. Nah, pinned as in stuck with. She said she was Gen Alpha, so she's born after 2020. There's no way anyone born after 2020 is reading Homestuck, surely. What do you think the oldest, like, the youngest person to have read the entirety of Homestuck is? I don't know if anyone under 20 has done that. 14? No, I don't believe it. How old is Boulder? I'm pretty sure Boulder is over 20. She watched the animated series. Oh shit, she watched the fucking VisiPop animated series. And you have people in the comments being like, it's not as good as the original webcomic. The anime leaves a lot out to be desired. They didn't really get the meaning right of the translation here. Your 18-year-old read it? Youngest. Yeah, oh, no. People, no, but, yeah, but it's not when you read it. How young were you when you read it? I fully believe people were, like, 14 reading it. But that was back when it was, like, the hot thing. I'm thinking, like, is there any... Oh, your 18-year-old friend read it. Okay. When did they read it? Because they're not 18 now, right? I'm saying, like, no one who is, like, 16 now is reading it. If that makes sense. And, like, the youngest person to have read Homestuck is now probably 20. Minimum. Like a chore. Powerful people. Mob or no. If they get lawyers, it's for tax evasion and conspiracy charges. Dirty work's left to the pawns. And the whole point of a pawn is you don't have to think twice about trading them off. Alright. Guess I know the rumors are true then. Haha, yep. You uncovered my cool fucking secret. Listen. Actors, singers, celebs. They all like expensive things and being the center of attention. Mobsters have money to burn and want the cologne of legitimacy. Everyone wants what they can't have. Okay, chill, F. Scott Fitzgerald. Get fucking owned, Morgan. Great looking Gatsby ass. Oh no, she fucking she got her with the great Gatsby looking ass. Dead. Ain't no way Unc thinks she's the fucking great Gatsby. I still pine for thee, motherfucker. What? All I'm saying is there's a mutually beneficial arrangements to be made between the rich and the famous, and the rich and the infamous. So you bet your ass I was in those rooms, negotiating appearance fees and taking my 30%. 30%? Jesus, you really are shameless. That's what she said. Got him. All right. Thanks, as always, for the sage counsel. Hey, if you're feeling really grateful, do me a solid and call your rents. They say they never hear from you. Call your rents. Are you a landlord? Oh my god, is Morgan a landlord? I mean, she already is a sociopathic killer, so it really would line up. And I know you can't be that busy. If you're bored enough to talk to me. They're the ones who are busy. Oh, parents! I've never heard anyone say that. What? The rents? No, that's not real. I've used that slang must have been made up in like 2035. We haven't got there yet. This is a meme from the future. You wouldn't understand it yet. Parental angst. D003. Obviously, I wasn't sure what would happen after I left that crime scene. I wasn't sure what I'd find walking in here to speak to my client. But I definitely wouldn't have bet the next time I saw this man alive he'd actually look worse. Oh my god, bro. Sosuke. Naruto. It's me, Sosuke. I'm evil and twisted, and I think ninjas killed my family. I haven't seen the show. But I think I'm edgy. I'm like a teenage Vegeta kind of thing. Oh yeah, Huli, I'm gonna need you here. Because you have to point out every single Naruto reference that they're gonna put. And you already know they're gonna put more than one. Okay? So I need you here to catch those. Did you not hear me? I said I'm your lawyer. Oh, I heard you. I'm just not interested in wasting my breath responding. I'm sorry, is there a misunderstanding here? Not at all. I understand exactly what you are. You and all your fellow... Your companion is staring at me very intently. Wishing. Sarah, blink. You're embarrassing me in front of the Yakuza. That's a very dated word. You'd really prefer I'd call you an orca? I'd prefer you give up and leave. What are you talking? I'm sure they told you I've been softened up. That they'd broken me and I'd be ready to sign whatever you put in front of me. Sorry to disappoint you. But the hound of Ikaria doesn't heal. Oh, Sugoi. Or is it, yeah. Sosuke, I'm going to repeat myself plainly and slowly because you clearly have multiple head injuries. I am not a lawyer. I am your lawyer. Ah. Right then. Very good. Thank you for coming. I apologize if I misspoke just now. I'd misspeak too if I'd lost as much blood as you. Morgan Esquire. I'll be representing you from here on out. Sosuke of House Ikaria. Sosuke Bosuke. Are all lawyers called esquires? I'm assuming that's the case, but I've never actually, looked it up. Sarah, paralegal and bartender. You're very young to have 2 jobs. Or tend bar. Well, it is only part-time. Right. So tell us, Sosuke of House Ikaria, what is your routine? You look very fit. Can I see your abs? My what? Are you asking about, do you not have me on file? Sorry, which firm are you from? DDD? MPM? I'm in private practice. You mean you're not a mob lawyer? No, but please don't hold it against me. Everyone has to start the path to corruption somewhere. Hey-oh. There are serious risks involved in representing a man with my background against charges like these. It's very sweet of you to. They say I killed a cop, miss. I realise I may look in a sorry state at the moment, but I've not fallen so low that I would sully the house's name by dragging a civilian into... Makoto thought differently. The young master? You've seen him? How is he? Where is he? Is he unharmed? He was sitting pretty atop a literal throne surrounded by armed guards last I checked. Thank you for that. No one's told me anything, and If the young master has spoken on this matter, I won't go against his judgment. But I do hope you understand what you're getting yourself into. I'm already in it, Sosuke. How well I understand what I'm in is something I think you'd be able to help with. Very well. What do you want to know? Let's start with you, Sosuke. So far, all I know about you is your first and last name, Sosuke Bosuke. Where is it? Is he on here? Oh, Victoria Masters. Oh, we've already seen it before, right? Weight depends on the time of day, parentheses, question mark, question mark, question mark. That one's been seen before, but that's a great one. I think we've seen all this before. Yeah. Dislikes getting ghosted by my adorable goddaughter. Classic. Collects favors, friends in high places, luck, SSR on the first pull. Holy. She is a fucking force to be reckoned with. SSR on the first pull? That's crazy. That's the kind of person you see in, like, IG. Or Akagi. Probably more likely. Have we not got him on file? Maybe not yet. Come on. You're not Miller, are you? No. No. Why the hell do we still have these guys on file? You're fucking dead, brother. SSR is a gacha. Gacha rank. It means super rare, I think. And it's normally, depending on the game, it's usually the highest rank you can get. So it's like the really, really rare, like 0.01% chance of pulling them kind of deals. It's a very important last name. But I take your meaning. And in truth, the first thing you should know is that I'm not worthy of it. Why? You disqualified due to pre-existing conditions? We still don't know this guy's last name, right? Did I miss it? Okay. I was born Sosuke Hayakawa, fourth son of a distant branch family. Yon? Daime? No. The only reason I bear the name Ikaria. Oh, his last name is Ikaria. Okay, I see. That makes sense. Right, because he's adopted by the family. I wasn't sure if yeah. Because, like, if my Yakuza knowledge from the RGG games is correct, you can be part of a house without having the last name of that house. But I guess this is different because this is the cyberpunk future where you're not really a Yakuza like family. This is like an actual corporate family. So you do literally adopt people into the name. I guess, I don't know. It's the family of the patriarch, but like in the Yakuza games, people don't go around calling themselves, they're not all called, you know, first name and then last name Tojo, right? It's not literally their last name. Because then everyone's gonna have the last name. It's gonna be very confusing. But maybe because he's so high up, he's like adopted into the family. I don't know. The only reason I bear the name Ikaria is because I was adopted into the main house as an infant. It must be like literally adopted, like not just like taken on as a organized crime member, like quite literally adopted, I have to guess. In exchange for lifelong service to the main family. The family that crimes together stays together. That's so true. Sounds like a great deal. Oh. Lifelong? How did you serve the Ikaria as an infant? There are various tax benefits if you have exactly 2 children. Oh, sorry, that wasn't. Sorry, that was Morgan, right? There are various tax benefits if you have exactly 2 children. Don't be absurd. I am what you would call a bodyguard. From the time I was able to walk, I was trained to be the service to the house by protecting the air with my life. From the time you were able to walk? There a lot of demand for toddler bodyguards? All that's ever been asked of me is that I stand in the right place at the right time. You mean in, like, family photographs? Like, in front of a blade. Even a child can manage that. Sweat drop. The house has given me everything I ever had, and taught me everything I've ever known. What meager service I can offer in return means nothing compared to the debt I owe them. You view your relationships with your family as a transaction? Oh, Morgan, you must be right at home then. You must be able to relate. It is not something so cold, girl. It is a matter of loyalty. Right. So if you were standing before a judge and they asked your name and occupation, you would say, my name is... Sorry, should be doing like a... My name is Soka Ikaria, and I'm an eternal servant for a living. I would say that my name is Sosuke Ikaria, and I work as the head of personnel security for the Ikaria Financial Group. And what does that entail, exactly? It's interesting that profiles never list the actual age of anyone. In Ace Attorney, they always list the age, but not the date of birth. It's true. I wonder if that's because they don't want to work it out. I wonder if they're like, oh, you know, it's the fucking cyberpunk future. Like, people can probably live to be like 200. Let's not bother giving people actual hard ages. I'm the young master's bodyguard, and I lead all his security teams. Nice to properly meet you. Pleasure to make your acquaintance. And I'm Sarah, paralegal and bartender, part-time. Yes, I believe you already mentioned that. It seemed like we were all doing it twice. Aww. Well, thank you for your paralegal services, Sarah. And here I had the impression you had no sense of humour. What do you mean? It seems, in this particular instance, Adonai, it was you who misidentified his proper manners as being sarcastic. Glad we've all broken the ice. Makoto told me this all started because you were taken captive yesterday. What happened? It was 2 p.m. The young master had just finished a meeting with a VIP in Crane Tower, floor 108. 2 p.m? He wasn't in school? I'll ask that you refrain from mocking the young master in my presence. He's a child. Anyone can see that. But you have no idea the pressures that have been placed upon him. Whatever my client wants. As I was saying, it was just after 2 p.m. Me and the rest of my team has escorted him to the elevators along our planned exit route. But our lift stopped suddenly in between floors 61 and 62. That was when I made a mistake. I had a bad feeling. I thought it'd be best to get Makoto to the ground floor ASAP. So I forced the elevator open, crawled out, and pulled him out after me. But just as he got out, the elevator started up again, separating us from the rest of the guard. It was a trap. A 50-50 one. Staying wasn't safe either. If they could stop the elevator, it's not a stretch to think they could drop it too. He just lost the coin flip when he decided to exit. Yes, Sarah. It was a trap. Floors 60 through 70 were undergoing heavy retrofitting. The other elevators weren't responding, comms were jammed. I'd reviewed the entire building's blueprints beforehand. Not very useful information, obviously, for a floor undergoing renovations. But I knew there was a construction elevator we could get to, on the other side of the tower. I had to act fast. There was no time to doubt myself, and I did something unforgivable. You left the kid? I picked him up over my shoulder. Oh, well, that sounds like fun. House, forgive me. Everything the young master does for the sake of his name's dignity, and kids are tougher than you think. I think he'll get over it. So you escorted him to the service elevator. I take it that's when things... Yes. I'm sorry, but I only remember a few vague details about what happened next. But I'll tell you what little I can. After I activated the lift, 2 assailants emerged from under the top doorway at my 7 o'clock. One tall, one thin. Okay, these guys are both dead. This is, Angry McPunch Dude, and this is the tech nerd. Tall was around 190 centimeters, and his weight, I'd say 100 kg with the mods. Hey, there we go. That answered the question we actually asked in the first session. It is with the mods, the weight. Thin was maybe 175 centimeters, but slouched. Modded as well, but what I saw looked stripped down, so he couldn't have been heavier than 70 kilo. They had needle guns, slow to fire and slow to take effect. A memorable choice. Taller one shot first, jerked his arm when he pulled the trigger. A bad habit usually favoured by street slinger punks who are used to compensating for the kickback of jailbroken zippers. He might as well have been aiming at the ceiling. Finn lines up his shot properly, laser sight dialed on the young master's left trapezoid. I shift into a horse rider stance and deflected the needle with my weapon. The lift doors open behind me just as another shooter steps forward at my 3 o'clock. Or so I thought, but all they had was a laser pointer. Literally a cheap trick. But it worked. I hear a click from the 8 o'clock, turn my neck, and feel a weight punch in my deltoid. A dullish kind of pain for an instant. I realize I'm already going numb. And that's when I squeeze. Squeeze? He's talking about his mods. Sarah must be loving the story. Sarah is, yeah, she's fucking... She is, like, I feel like she's fangirling. Because she's seen all the fucking... It's literally, like a... This is just like one of my Japanese anime moments from Sarah. Just all the Yakuza films she's watched. That's how I've always described it. Others say they flex, or pull, or hold. I squeeze. Akita Type 2 External Thoracic Booster. Some burst strength and pain-killing capabilities. But in short, it's a reflex enhancer. Buddy, you probably should have taken it earlier, but that's fine. Make 1 second feel like 15, in hindsight. It makes you feel like you ran a marathon during those 15 seconds, once the kickback gets you. But I digress. I moved. Got Makoto into the elevator and wrenched the door shut myself. Taking 3 more needles to the back in the process. I remembered saliva pooling on my lip and then... cold concrete scratching my chin. My cheek. Right, Seisuke. So you were guarding Makoto, these men laid a trap, targeted him with tranks, failed, then they take you instead? Yes, to my great shame. You were outnumbered and ambushed, but you still managed to protect Makoto. What's there to be ashamed of? That I didn't see it coming. You're saying this has happened before? Dozens of attempts in the past year. Some headed off in the early stages, some sidestepped entirely, and some stopped with force. I knew their tactics, and I knew our vulnerabilities. Yet still I failed. Sosuke, that is... not incorrect. I don't know. Am I wrong? Shouldn't a bodyguard get at least 1 shot off before being taken down? Shot? What do you mean, shot? You were not carrying a firearm? No, no one on the team had guns. Interesting choice. How's that? None of us on the security team had firearms with us. But you're a gangster. I'm a head of personnel security for the Ikaria Financial Group. Walking onto an allied group's property armed to the teeth insults their hospitality and makes the house look insecure, or worse, impotent. And I'm not a security expert, but I do think there's some grey area between armed to the teeth and empty-handed. I mean, didn't you just say you deflected their attack? I was not defenseless just because I wasn't carrying a gun. Oh? I had my sword, forged 1,000 times in the fires of Mount Fuji. So lame. So cool. Yeah, that's exactly what I expected. So cool. You walk around town with what? A samurai sword? You just assume it's a katana? That's some microaggression, Morgan. You can't be doing that. Is it? Yes. It is a signifier of my position within the house, and shows that I am acting as a representative of it. Is it ceremonial, then? No, it is quite sharp. I can attest to that. Though it's probably in terrible condition by now, seeing how the city's police manhandle everything else they touch. Speaking of which, perhaps we should move on to the night's main events. They tried for Makoto, got you instead, and took you to the lower wards, Why? I've been wondering that myself. Aren't you essentially worthless? Worthless? As a hostage, she means. I know that. Thinking back, I was surprised myself to wake up at all, let alone in captivity. But it seems they had questions they wanted to ask me. What do you remember? Whatever they used on me, I can remember some things, but how much was real, what order it happened in, it's all... Just say whatever came to mind. It can be anything. Sights, smells, voices. There are no wrong answers. I was bound. My wrists bound above my head. Tied to something that smelled like iron and rattled like old iron. Tiles beneath my feet. Some kind of bathroom or decontamination area. Good guess. They asked me questions. I said things. Loose lips, like being drunk for the first time again. But I'm confident that other than vulgarities, it was all incoherent. Because there were shocks, the taste of blood. I must have bit my tongue during the spasms. And there were the beatings, of course. I wouldn't have guessed. Adonai, do you need corrective lenses? Sarcasm is just how I grieve a lost opportunity, Sarah. Lost opportunity? Yeah, it's a damn shame. From what I can see of it, a pretty face like yours would go a long way with the jury if it wasn't pulverized. Ridiculous. Is he blushing? He is, he's blushing. Babaka. I agree about his face, Adonai, but I don't believe it is his only strong feature. Let us move on. Really? Well, in that case, how did your captivity end? Do you recall escaping? I was blindfolded the entire time, but my ears weren't boxed so bad. There was a door that squeaked and whined, so I always knew when someone was coming or going. One voice asked questions, mostly. It was light. Another voice grunted when he hit me. Heavy. Other voices came and went, and then eventually there was talk. Through the door I heard they were all talking to someone else. A new voice. Was it high-pitched or low? Loud or soft? It doesn't matter. What's important is it belonged to someone new. Someone besides you and the dead who were there last night. Did you make out any part of their conversation? Oh. No, not a word. Easy, easy. We got off scot-free, baby. But there was a loud noise. Gunshots. Followed by shouting and ugly sounds. And then? A hollow pain in my skull as I lost consciousness again. When I next came to, I had something in my hand. In my hands. Something sharp. I didn't even think to ask what it was or where it came from. I just started working at the bindings. Rushed and clumsy, I poked myself in the process. But I cut them loose. Then I took the gag out. The blindfold was so tight, I cut it rather than try and... Oh, the damn thing must have been acting as a bandage, because when I took it off, between the light and the pain, I thought my head had split open. It took me a long time to stand up. Felt like I could just lie on that cold, disgusting floor forever if I just... But something was poking at me. Something tucked into my waistband. Gun. A gun. Imagine my surprise. Checked the safety, the chamber, reflexively, but only saw 2 spent slugs. I was too tired to be confused, so I just walked out that squeaky door and into red. Just red. And then I was blinking at an IV, handcuffed to a stretcher in an ambulance, some cop reading me my rights, saying that I killed 5 people. No, wait, some judge or official said that later. When I woke up in the ambulance, all they said was that I was a cop killer. Omitting some strong language. I don't understand. You were held captive, interrogated, tortured, but then you woke up armed and were able to escape? The cops didn't ask me any questions, and I wouldn't have answered if they had. It's been nearly a full day, and I'm just now saying it aloud for the first time. It truly sounds absurd. Does it, Sosuke? I feel like it's like the most obvious logical conclusion in the world to say that you were clearly set up. This is your world, Sosuke, not mine. Do you have any theories on what happened? Only two possibilities come to mind. In the first scenario, one or more of my captors wanted to kill me but needed an excuse to do so. So they let me escape. They give me a knife and an unloaded gun, then wait for me to stumble out so they can mist me and be done with it. The plan doesn't work. Somehow I limp out of that room and shoot, cut, stab, kill them all. That would be quite the feat, given the condition you were in. Yes, a tale for the ages. But it's not possible. Why isn't it possible? Even if he had the motive, and they were stupid enough to give him the opportunity, he was still lacking... bullets, right? In the brief I read, 2 of the pod were shot to death. I'm sure you're highly qualified, Sosuke, but I doubt you can fire a gun without bullets. No, I cannot. As I said, the gun I woke up with had already fired both its shots. So, if we tell the police the gun wasn't loaded, would that clear Sosuke's name for the 2 murders? There's no proof the gun was already empty by the time he got his hands on it. She's right. Her gun was some kind of jailbroken mag rail. The only residue it leave behind is static. As long as my prints are on it, that's all the evidence they need to claim I fired it. How about that second possibility, then? The second possibility is that someone walked into that building, killed my captors, and then tried to frame me for it. That sounds like lunacy. Not really, it sounds like a pretty logical explanation. We've already eliminated all other possibilities. Insane trumps impossible. Like it or not, this bad Samaritan theory is our best shot. What is it? I'm just surprised you believe me. You haven't even asked if I did it. I never ask. It helps that I can usually tell. A wise policy for the world you're setting foot into. Not as if it makes any difference here. Even I don't know if I'm guilty. You were drugged and beaten. You were still injured even now. And we just reasoned that you couldn't have killed your captives without help. What makes you think you might still be guilty? Because I'm just that much of a fucking badass. Because I've killed before. Yeah, basically the same thing. Huh. A pale spark flickers at the back of my mind. My index finger rises slightly and my lips part. Was I expecting this? Stepping into the criminal underworld? Looking forward to it? The rare opportunity to speak frankly with someone else who's... You mean... Yes. I was in the military. Get owned, Morgan. Get owned. She thought she'd found a fellow fucking American psycho killer. But he was just a fucking soldier. Okay. I've taken lives many times. That doesn't make you a murderer. Soldiers are given orders. I've killed people. Whether or not a superior asked me to doesn't change that fact. But soldiers... Are you a soldier, Sarah? No? So drop it. She is good at following orders. It could take years to acquire that skill. I imagine it comes easy for androids. Yes, I suppose that's... Wait, that's an android? Did you miss the glowing barcode? And ignore my self-introduction? Look, I'm tired. I thought those were highlights or something. Did my hair catch your eye? You have discerning taste. You see, each strand is actually... Was there something else you wanted to say, Sosuke? I've taken lies before, and so I know how I feel afterwards. Thin. Sarah is down bad. Sarah is starstruck. She really is. And how do you feel right now? Right now, I feel... What is it? Do you remember something? Yes. After I stepped out of that door, I said I saw red. But I do remember one other sensation. I remember the feeling of gripping my sword. That brief you read, it listed all the charges, all the causes of death. The fifth man, the cop, they say I killed. How did he die? Well? Stabbed through the back with a sword. Skewered like a piece of goddamn meat. Yay! Rhea's alive. I knew they wouldn't kill her. I knew they wouldn't kill my sweet baby boy. Baby girl. Unripped Reyes, exactly. London, on the other hand, I'm like now 80% sure he's fucking dead. And you've got the balls to ask us to carry him to a hospital? I don't think that's quite how I phrased the request. Oh no, he's alright, okay. Oh, we're all good, we're all good. It's just some nameless grunt. It's fine. If he doesn't have a name, we don't care about him. He has no moral value. No consequence. Just a fucking mindless grunt to be, you know, crawled under the machine. Rip nameless cop. Also, this is a really funny image. Because clearly Sarah's meant to be further behind, but it just looks like she's fucking tiny and London is like massive. I look like the size of his head is literally like half the size of her body. He's got like a fucking... He's I don't know why. The way they've drawn him, it looks like he's doing like the no bitches meme from like what the fuck's that movie called? I never watched it. The purple mastermind guy. Is it called Mastermind? Whatever. It looks like he's doing the no bitches. Megamind, that's it. I've been paying close attention. Would you like me to play back what you said? Not right now, Sparky. Yeah, she's just doing her job. It's not like she's asking. Oh, save the lecture, grey hair. Quasim London. Occupation homicide, detective first class. Likes duct tape, mascara, and oak. Okay. Running mascara or just like regular mascara? Dislikes parking lots, ties, and honeydew. The best at finding new restaurants. That is a pretty powerful skill, honestly. Commendations, none displayed at his workstation. Wardrobe more expensive than it looks. Damn, I didn't realize he was a fucking hype beast. So scary. He looks so fucked up every time you see him. Anyway. He's 192 centimeters tall. Jesus Christ. This guy's fucking tall. And he's only 97 kg. I mean, 97 kg is still pretty strong. You know what? No, never mind. He's kind of got like that, what do you say? Like a lean build. Like he's muscular, but he's not like fucking ripped. You know what I mean? Like, he's obviously got a six-pack and, like, pecs and biceps, but he's not, like, fucking... He's no Brock Lesnar, you know what I'm saying? Head of Personnel Security, Ikaria Group, likes whetstones, paperbacks, and matcha. Fucking weeb as fuck. Dislikes the opera, wasabi, and insects. Favorite author, Alexandre Dumas. Oh my god, I've heard this name before. Who is this? Alexandre Dumas. What fucking... book has he written? The Count of Monte Cristo. Okay. That's the one I know. And the Three Musketeers. What about chivalry and stuff? Oh, okay. Okay, interesting. Coffee, Cafe Americano. Oops, sorry. Oh, wrong guy. Where is he? Where's he gone? Default status, non-work related messages will be blocked. Okay. Grey? Come on, my hair isn't. It's greying, maybe. In case I haven't made it clear, I've never liked you, Morgan. Oh, you're breaking my heart. I hadn't noticed. But I never took you for a mob lawyer. 192 kg and 97... Oh, sorry, 192 centimeters and 97 kg is overweight, according to the first BMI calculator you found online. I think it's overweight if you're like a guy. Just like a regular guy. But this guy is like a fucking... You know. He is ripped. Yeah. He's got a lot of muscle on him. But I'm saying he's not like, you know... He's not fucking... We're not talking like Arnie level. You know what I mean? We're talking just like a big, like a ripular goo. Yeah. Muscular and lean. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know how much his mods weigh. Because the mods are probably quite extensive if it's like a thing that changes your reflexes. Like it probably has to attach to all parts of your nerves, right? So it's probably right down the spinal cord all the way up to the brain. But it might not be that heavy. Like the weird thing with BMI calculators is the fact that they do, they're not very good at giving you BMIs if you're like quite muscular. Not that I'm in that situation. Like I'm not trying to say this is from personal experience, but from what I've read when I'm doing like weightlifting, because I've fallen off the wagon in the last like 5-6 months, but I was quite into weightlifting for a couple of years, and like learning about all that kind of stuff. BMI is really bad for muscle stuff because it just does weight, right? And obviously, as muscle weighs more than fat, it can really make you look bad. A lot better version is, I think it's. A good way to tell if you're overweight, I think it's you want your waist to be half the distance in circumference of your height. I think that's how it goes. So if you're like 180 centimeters tall, you want your waist to be 90 centimeters in diameter. Or circumference, sorry, circumference, not diameter. Anyway, sorry, we'll go back to Reyes being pissed off. Whatever my client's associations might be. He's a cop killer. BMI is literally intended to be a measure of a cattle. Is that true? Because BMI is in height, like human height. That metric scares you because you're so skinny and very tall. I mean, I don't know if it works the other way. I don't think there's like a limit to like how small your leg should be. I think as long as your legs are under that, or how thin your waist should be. I think as long as your waist is under it, you're fine. Obviously, you can get too skinny, which I can't help you with that one. I think BMI might be better for you if you're too skinny. I think it tracks it better that way. But yeah, if you get really tall, it kind of throws the whole thing off. Innocent until proven guilty isn't a phrase I coined myself, detective. See, Reyes? Homicide detective, 3rd class. Likes sneakers, volcanoes, and the Paralympics. Hey, based. Didn't put down her cars, though. She fucking loves cars, but whatever. Dislikes scalpers, based. Hoarders, based. Anise, double based. I fucking hate anise in everything. That's why I don't like, which drink has anise in it? Fucking, what's it called? Tip of my tongue. Sambuca. Sambuca has anise in it, right? I hate that shit. I just about, am I thinking of the same thing? Anise. Yeah. I just about, allow it, or withstand it, maybe better term, in curries, like in the rice. But apart from that, hate the shit. Anyway, favorite TV show, civil engineering documentaries. Oh my god, she's a fucking like YouTube kid. she'll literally sit down with her food and not start it until she's found like a 2-hour YouTube essay on fucking why building a 16th lane won't help this American road. Shampoo, dunno, conditioner's more important. Is that true? I'm not, yeah. I have conditioner, but my hair's normally pretty short, so I don't care about it too much. Is conditioner more important than shampoo? Is this true? Undefeated at volleyball. Really? You're 162 centimeters tall. I wouldn't imagine you'd be that great at volleyball, but hey. I bet she watches those car restoration channels. Oh yeah, for sure. For sure. It's actually somewhat important. Oh, don't worry about that. The proving won't take us long at all. Do you always take pride in rushing your investigations? We've all seen the same intake file by now. Hold on, let's have a look at the medical records. Every photo he's in, he looks more fucked up. It's crazy. Sosuke Ikaria was apprehended at the scene of the crime and placed in a medical transport. Injuries noted at the time: blood from various sources across the anterior front of the body, numerous bones in left hand broken as if from impacting a hard surface. Okay. Slight laceration found on left hand. Right. But this is still left hand. Internal bleeding throughout the torso and skull. Bruising and rope burns on both wrists, blah, as if found. Numerous bruises on the anterior front side of the body. Others blood across the tops of feet and pant legs. Largest wound found on the back of the skull, the crown of the skull, back of the head near the top. At the time of booking, numerous additional injuries were noted, including bruise to the left eye, busted lip, broken nose, boxed left ear, blunt trauma to anterior right side of the head, front side of the head. Hello, Joe viewers. Hello, hello. Thank you so much for the raid, Joe. Thank you, thank you. Hello, how's everyone doing? How was Pathologic? Thank you for the joms. Still sad Nanjo lost best side character? Well, you know. It is what it is. He had tough competition. He's first in my heart. He's first in my heart. First of all, Sixler, thank you for following. And Man of Answers, thank you so much for resubscribing. Greetings, Wars. Greetings to you, Man of Answers. How you doing? How you doing? I saw you were playing Metaphor earlier. Hope that was going well. Is this spoilers? Okay, so yes, to mention before we go, we are playing Of the Devil Chapter 2. So this screen here, I would say basically no spoilers. Like incredibly minor spoilers, you could say, but like in no way could this actually like tell you anything. But we are on Chapter 2. So if you want to play this game in your own time, feel free to leave now. If you have never heard of this game, I would recommend to check it out. Watch a bit of the stream because I think it's really cool. It's like an Ace Attorney game set in the cyberpunk future. So you play this lawyer called Morgan, and you are like a defense attorney, and you try and get people off, you know, charges, without spoiling anything else. Episode 0 is free, so yeah, if you find this interesting, play the demo. It's really cool. But yeah, and it's got a bit of the Danganronpa flair. So, like the way the court interaction goes, the way you present evidence, you do all this kind of stuff. It has like a lot of that like Danganronpa flair in the Ace Attorney gameplay, and this game loves referencing things. So it has like different stylized things from different anime. As Huli mentions, this game loves Umineko. The writers of this game love Ace Attorney and they love Umineko. We are on, I think, the 3rd Umineko reference in the game. I have not played Raincode. And they love Homestuck, yes. Yeah, and it's also good. So if you're like, oh, Ace Attorney versus Danganronpa, that sounds like it could be bad. No, it's actually good. The characters are fun. The writing is fun. So I hope you stick around and see how it goes, because it should be fun. But first of all, chatter save. Thank you, Cakewalking, for saving a chatter from reading Fate. And you redeemed the Ape Escape one, even though we're not playing Ape Escape. Pathologic, more like Picalogic. That's so true. If you're here on Sunday, I can redeem you a free romantic percent change analysis for you. No problem. You really love the story? Yeah, so I really liked chapter 1. I thought it was really good. I thought there's a couple of things they didn't confront in chapter 1, but so far I'm really liking chapter 2. And if the whole game is like this, it's gonna be great. It's gonna be really good. I cannot compare it to Raincoat. I have not played it, I'm afraid. Twitch scammed you to redeem it, but it's fine. I think we can. Hold on. Hey Denna, can you refund it? Because I don't know how to do it. So yeah, if you're still here, basically, we are doing a job for the Yakuza, effectively. It's like one of those big corpos in Cyberpunk. It's like a big corporate company, but it's also a Yakuza family. And this guy has been framed with the murder of 5 people, so we're trying to work out why that's not the case. I'm jumping around a few spoilers because I don't want to ruin anything for anyone. But yeah, there will be spoilers going forward, so feel free. It's such a good game and really punchy. It's inspired by a lot of media that kind of drags, so it gets annoying, but Other Devil doesn't waste any time. Yeah, it's great. And you get to wear a keychain. And we have Nekomorg on, of course. Because what else would I wear? What else would I put? Apart from this sweet boy. Sweet girl, sorry. So yeah, so they love to reference things. So Renew. But yeah, I guess if Joe's gonna be playing Pathologic on Fridays, like Saturdays, I guess I'm gonna have to start fucking Pathologic News or something. I don't know. That's gonna be a lot harder than Numineko News, that's all I'll say. Nekomorg pisses you off so hard. It's so funny. It's so good. As soon as I saw it, I had to put it on. I had to put, like, what else was I going to do? Hold on. I'll show you the ones I have. Hold on. We have the It's Morging Time, of course. Fran. The Labubus. We have Let's Go Sarah, of course. Sasso Stuck. Fucking Homestuck one, of course. Emma Deep in Thought. This used to be the one I did for chapter 1 because it's so adorable. Patho News, Life is Miserable. London, Head Empty. Angie Reyes. ID, Handle with Care. This one that actually looks like good. This is actually like a legit good one. This one, which you get for finishing the first case, which we will not talk about. And you have the Nekomorg, which is adorable. The Emma one is great. Yeah, the Emma one is really good. Speaking of, can someone make a Neko arc of Tofit-chan? Surprised it already exists already. That is true. We need the Tofit artist to get on. I mean, she's already basically Neko arc. So we need that for sure. Fremcore, thank you for the follow as well. Thank you. She is already the Neko arc of the community. My client was in bad shape when he was arrested, but his wounds were treated in a medical transport. Yet somehow, in between arriving at the station and his booking, all his wounds were reopened, and some of them had multiplied. He also killed he's being framed for killing a cop, which is why I think all the cops are treating him like shit, basically. Tell me if you can, great detective, Ace Sunny the Great Detective. How will we ever solve the mystery of the reappearing fractured skull? Your client was moving between floors. He had struggled, trying to escape. And then he fell down the stairs? Really? Was there a lawnmower waiting at the bottom? Look, we're all adults here. Huh? Sarah is... okay, going into spoilers. Sarah is an android. but she's also like an android built to be like a child. So I think she's like meant to, she's the Maya of the world, right? You are Phoenix Wright, she is the Maya. Also, I guess thinking about it now, her dad could be the Mia, and he also died. So it's kind of, you know, and she was framed for the murder. So it's all kind of, you know, follows a similar path to a lot of Ace Attorney. So let's just say it. Your co-workers kicked the shit out of him. Well, what do you want me to do about it? I want you to uphold the law. For some reason, I thought you cared about that. A police badge isn't a time machine. By the time we took him to custody, he was already... She's right, Tiger. What's done is done. You know, we've got a snowball's chance in hell of proving your client was assaulted while in police custody. And you'll never get charges brought against the officers who did it. So try asking for something doable. Don't go giving away all my best tricks. The door in the face tactic is already fragile. I want him to see a doctor. You've got to be shitting me. That's a bloody KW in there with military grade mods. He's not leaving this building. Or we could have a doctor brought here. And give him the chance to take a hostage. He's not the 99 man, Reyes. He can't break his cuffs. Is that, like, what the fuck is the 99 man? Don't say 99 man. You don't know what it means. You're too old. Yeah, hold on, let's look. 99 man. A hypothetical transhumanist condition of biotechnical superiority. The 99 man, or a 99 man, refers to a theoretical state of being in which a human has replaced as much of their body with cybernetics equivalents as possible, thereby becoming someone who is 99% machine and still technically a human. The term first appeared in the speculative fiction short story Carved Out of Marble by N.P. Smith, but it rose to prominence after the 2072 Paralympics, where the middleweight track and field gold medalist Ayed Saffron quoted the story as inspiration after breaking the world record at the time for the 800 meters. I have just thought, Reyes said in her profile she loves the Paralympics, and I was like, wow, what a proponent of equality, like loving to see like the Paralympics and people like overcome their obstacles and like become these athletes and like live their lives. In retrospect, I'm imagining in the future now, Paralympics is like the one that smashes all the fucking limits because they all just have like robot arms and legs. That's the one that's like the the least like human overcoming because they're all like fucking robot. But anyway, since then the phrase is popularized as both a meme and a thought experiment, opening up discussions about transhumanism in sports, the business world, education, and beyond. Yeah, like Adam Smasher. Yeah. Honestly based, that's true. Yeah, she does also have a robot eye, which is why she wears the eye patch. She is not a giant Chinibiu, although she may also be, but she wears the eye patch for a legitimate reason. Some social media influencers, athletes, or tech evangelists have taken the 99 man as a challenge, modeling themselves as much as possible with the explicit goal of approaching what they see as the current limit for transhumanism. Officially, the individual who has the greatest percentage of their body mass replaced with an artificial analogues is an anonymous male adult living in the Eastern Hemisphere who is suffering from a rare and terminal form of bone cancer before signing up for an experimental surgery offered through the How Industries Thesis initiative. Really? Come on now. How's officially describes the patient as currently living a normal and productive life, though Theseus has never produced any consumer market products and has never published in any additional research papers in the last 2 years, leading to some to the question whether results are at all replicable. Sorry, I'm having terrible time reading today, which is rough for a game that's mainly a visual novel. The world building this is great. It's an even mix of dystopia, neutral world building, and a rare few genuine improvements to today's society. True. It's a fun cyberpunk kind of world, right? Because that's what you want. It's like 99% sucks, or like 80% sucks, 20% just like, 19% life is normal. Like, humans are humans. It's always going to be the same. And then a couple of things which like, oh, you know what? Because it's so far in the future, these cool things, because there's so many worse things now, these couple of good things are, people don't care about them as much. How about a medic who can't be taken hostage? A medical ad? Sure, great. Let's see if we can't negotiate his premium lower while we're at it. Is that a refusal, Detective Reyes? Oh, fuck. I didn't say no, did I? Great. He also needs a protective detail. Lady, I swear to... Counselor, protective details are comprised of off-duty cops. I don't think they'll have the outcome you're looking for. No. But if my client is left unattended one more night, he's likely to be declared unfit to stand trial. When he shows up to court with his head caved in. An outcome I genuinely believe you're not looking for either. We could keep him here. What, in the interrogation room? A counselling quarter? Table can't be moved, but if you slide the chairs out of the way, floor's not actually that hard. How do you even know that? Given what other lodgings he's had in the last 24 hours, I don't think your client will mind. So, if Detective Reyes and Detective London take shifts keeping watch, now we're keeping watch? It is the Homicides Department's counselling quarter. You think I give a shit about what happens to that son of a bitch? You think I wouldn't walk in there myself, and you wouldn't. What? It's not in your nature. What the hell is that supposed to mean? You either have it, or you don't. Trust me, if I had the chance to take a swing at that son of a bitch... Yeah, you already called him that. A piece of shit, a bastard, a killer. But unlike every other cop I walked past to get in here, you've yet to call Sosuke an animal. Also, his name is Sosuke. So what? What the hell does that matter? It's the only thing that matters. I've got the outsider's perspective, so I know. Your average human can do anything to anyone, so long as they're not a person. Very true. Very true. Othering is the first step in all manner of nasty things, huh? This exchange is one of your favourites in all of episode 2. Is a good exchange. It's fun, especially considering Morgan's position on the matter. Wherever. Think what you want, creep. Interesting also she thinks that while she's in her own position, huh? Well, as long as that's your only request, we should be able to... I need to get to the crime scene as soon as possible. You've got to be... It's the fucking funny music. It's the quirky music. What, like tonight? She's not rushing any more than anyone else, sunshine. Everyone up the line has been raring to go on this. Now that Sosuke's actually got a lawyer. Well, maybe if that son of a bitch hadn't clammed up all day, we wouldn't... She said it again. She views herself as one of a kind. Your average human needs to think they're animals. Yeah, but also she also sees herself as different, right? She sees herself as not an average human. So she's kind of just doing the same thing, but just putting herself a tier up. Or whatever. Pick, then, counsellor. You can bully us into guard duty or escort duty, but we can't do both. I need both. You'll have to split up, but I can help with that. Or rather, Sarah can. I can? Of course you can. You can go treat Sosuke. Adonai, I am not trained in... Oh, I love this bit. She's pretending she's not... She's pretending she doesn't remember being registered as my medical ad. Yes, I would never forget that unforgettable experience. But I've never done first aid before. Thank you, Fremcore, Xerxes Lefan, and Dumb Deviant for following. Thank you, thank you. Watch a tutorial first. Use lots of sanitizer. Open up YouTube. How to treat wounds. 10 minutes. Just hand her some bandages and she'll get Sosuke looking good as new in no time. Then you can plop her in front of the door and even 20 crooked cops working together wouldn't get her to budge. That much is certainly accurate. I have a strong core, so if I focus and lower my centre of gravity... Thanks for the sale pitch, but it doesn't mean shit. The crime scene is in the lower wards. If you think, after what just happened last night, that any cop with a pulse would go down there without their partner. It's okay, sunshine. I'll take her down there. Also, it says so much about Reyes. She's so angry and thinks what she's feeling is the same as every other cop, but Reyes really doesn't get it. Guess there's a real difference between her and most cops who are much worse. Yeah. I mean, Reyes is obviously she's portrayed as like a like that stereotype of like a good cop, right? Like she's rude, she's annoying, but like she, you know, her heart's in the right place, and she's always looking for the right thing to do. Ask ChatGPT how to revive a person in 5 steps if you want a forgetful but very smart average person. I mean, look, do you think they still have... I mean, Sarah's like ChatGPT version 5 million, so I think we're fine. She'll know what to do. Is everyone else in here huffing Nirvana? London, it's in Blue Blood territory. Well, Blue Blood territory outskirts, really. They lost the whole pod. They'll be swarming the place. You can't go down there without backup. Backup, huh? You know Mac from Contraband? Skinny guy? Kind of a perv? Yeah. He's skinny. He's got a crime scene analysis sweeping's going over that place with a fine comb just about now. You know, drones, probes, the works. They'll have eyes on us before we get within 5 minutes of the place. Whatever. Just keep in contact for once. He's doing the closed eye smile. I hope you're being generously compensated, Eve. Selling your soul to the mob. It'd be a shame if you didn't at least get a good price. Hey, you coming, blinkers? Gotta find where they store the medkits in this dusty old piece of... Go on. I'll be right behind you, detective. Sorry about that. She's still new to all this, really. Not old like me. She does seem to be on edge, more so than usual. It's her first time losing a fellow officer. I think she's taking it pretty hard. Maybe even personally. Did they know each other? Oh, right. You gather up your things. I'll go bring us up a ride. Great. Thanks for all the help, detective. You're a lifesaver. This is one occasion where I wouldn't have any trouble finding the place. Awkward. Well, it didn't take you that long to patch him up, huh? Now we just, wait here. All night. That clock runs, pretty slow. If you're not doing anything else, detective, might you be interested in answering some questions? Oh, that's how she gets her interview footage, huh? Okay. Sarah interviews everyone in the game in, like, bonus footage, so I'm guessing this is where we found it. Once more into the depths. When I went down to the lower wards last night, I knew what I wanted to find, but I wasn't sure where to look. Now I know where to look, but I have multiple priorities to consider. It'd be nice if I can prove Sosei's innocence. It won't be easy, given that they think he's killed a cop. But it would keep me on the Ikaria's good side. That'd be nice. But what is essential is that I figure out what the hell happened after I left. And whether anyone found any trace that I was ever there. Okay, so now we're into it. If you're still here, I assume you don't care too much about spoilers. So, spoilers. Morgan actually killed the people in this crime gang and then put the blame on the person she's now defending. So she killed the 4 people and then they had a guy in captivity. She put the gun in his trousers, cut his gave him a sword to cut his wrists. Not his wrists, fucking his like the rope holding tying his wrists, and then left the place so he'd be framed. She wasn't expecting to have to then defend him, but then she was like, oh, I can defend him because obviously I killed him, so I know he didn't do it. But now there's a fifth person who's died, who she did not kill. So now she's confused why there's a fifth person. She's got to make sure that no one works out she was there. So yeah, she needs to make sure that no one found any trace that she was there. So essential that she's not found the murderer. Hopefully she wants to try and get her client off scot-free. And she needs to work out who this fifth person is. Everything else is secondary. Sorry. I guess I should ask before. Sorry. Guess I should have asked before I decided we'd share a cab. But I don't mind. But I am surprised. Did budget cuts take away your shiny patrol car? Well, obviously they were bad guys, otherwise she wouldn't have killed them. That's so true. Why else would she do it? Patrol cars are shared, counsellor. Any cop can step into any other cop's car, sync their credentials and drive. Convenient. Shame you can't personalise. Yeah, no more dice in the mirror. Is that why we're in a cab then? Personal taste? Police cars are full of bugs. Thought you might appreciate the privacy. Autocabs are full of bugs too. True, there are ways around them. Are there? I didn't know that. Yeah, plenty. Can be as easy as flashing a police badge. Something you wanted to discuss in private, detective? I was asked to get in contact with you and pass along a message. A secret admirer? Certain interested parties and all that. You know how it is. I'm not sure I do. Does this have something to do with my client's business affiliations? There would be a lot more blustering if I were to repeat it verbatim, so I'll paraphrase. Focus on getting the best outcome for your client. More of a reminder of what my job description is than a warning. And don't broaden the scope of your investigation any more than is strictly necessary. Well, I've always appreciated kind words of advice. But Detective London, that almost makes it sound like you're on the take. That's the city, Tiger. If you don't take a little, they'll bury you. Alive, if need be. Oh, they will. How conspiratorial. It's not a joke, Morgan. They threaten your wife with Tommy guns if they don't comply. Or if you don't comply. Huh. It's gotten more sophisticated than that. Well, maybe sophisticated ain't the right word. Complicated might be more accurate. Or you could just call it a quagmire. Or even a shitstorm. If you can't get along to go along, even other cops won't trust you. You'll end up shot in the back, friendly fire, a tragic newspaper clipping. You're exaggerating. You're telling me the entire police force is corrupt, Morgan? Honey. Sweetie. Come on now. Corruption would be one thing. You could, in theory, root it out. But above and below the canopy, it's all intertwined. Every tree stabilising every other tree. What do they call that? Not parasitism. Commensalism. What the fuck? Commensalism? Commensalism. I don't know that word. There you go. The state pays criminal informants to rat on their peers and lets them keep their positions in exchange. Orcas buy judges and politicians to keep their men out of prison. Status quo. Balancing act. A cycle. Stable as any gyroscope. Forgive me if I find that hard to believe. Crime is at an all-time low. It's not a contradiction. People hate crime. But what gets people killed is chaos. And the opposite of organised crime is... So everyone's playing nice with each other? Even Detective Reyes? She's, What about the man they think my client killed? Did he play nice? He was a special case. You got the brief. You recognise his last name? No. It's a big city. I don't put too much stock in last names. I don't think we actually have the brief ourselves. So I can't work out who it is. You'll need to break that habit if you continue to work in the underworld. Sosuke said something similar. Tariq Chopin, only son of Michael and Dominic Chopin. The power couple? Alright, let's have a look at him. Oh my god, look at this guy. Jesus. That's a goatee you can fucking shave your beard to. Patrol officer. Likes 24/7 news, calligraphy, late dinners. Dislikes grey hairs, untucked shirts, mint. What a fucking nerd. Education. Bachelor of Science in Applied Philosophy. Awarded Senatorial Commendation of Bravery posthumous. Survived by Fathers Miguel and Dominic Chopin, city councilman. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Yeah, that's not really a good look when fucking the son of the city councilman dies. It's when it's beneficial and not detrimental. Ah, I see. Okay. Why would the son of two of the city's most prominent council members be working as a police officer? You want the full story? Always. Let's start with Chopin. So who was this Chopin, really? An idealist. Wrong line of work, then. You're only half right. When he entered the academy, everyone assumed it was a political move. First step in his career to becoming a senator or whatever. Maybe it was. But anyone who met the guy could tell he'd make a real lousy politician. You're saying he was honest? Wouldn't tell a lie if his life depended upon it. Guy couldn't do small talk, much less make friends. Talk about cleaning up the city, clean up the police, clean up everything. He was so unpopular, why was he kept on? No one on the force wanted to risk insulting his parents by firing him. Just got passed around from department to department, detail to detail. He did a lot of community outreach. Community outreach? What, like bake sales? Like giving talks at schools about saying no to drugs until you turn 21. Ooh. Must have really loved his job to put up with that. Or he just wanted to prove a point that bad. Chopin, Poland mentioned. Poland. I didn't know he was Polish. Interesting. You learn something new every day. Don't you try and save lower ward patrols for the more seasoned, better armed officers? We do, yeah. How do you know that? By going to lower wards and looking around the cops you send there, of course. I read about it in Watch magazine last month. If Chopin was the son of a powerful man, why did he end up in the lower wards last night? I don't know. You don't know? By all accounts, he and his partner should have been at least 2 patrols removed from that area. Must have been following up on some other lead. You just got ads? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I wish I could stop them. Alas, I cannot. We are due well, they're done now. Let's keep going. We'll see if we can get to the end of this thing and take a break. His partner, who's that? The hero who finally arrested the Hound of Ikaria. That's who. I have to send him a congratulatory fruit basket. Huey Rogers. Pretty bare-bone record, but maybe that'll just add to his legend. Professional streamer, by the way? How dare you? I'm not professional. I'm semi-professional at best, and that's a small semi. Yep, we'll leave it at that. We all know. Don't clip that. What legend? Taking your client alive. Whacked him on the head with his sidearm, knocked him out cold. I guess it is a small miracle that Sosuke wasn't just shot dead if they thought he killed a cop. Maybe, but it wasn't pure luck. Only thing that did stick out to me in Roger's record was his shooting score. 41. Out of 100. He need 40 to pass. I think someone took pity on him when tallying up his score. So he only whacked Sosuke on his head because he was too bad of a shot to avenge his partner? Well, at least Rogers knows his weaknesses. Okay, so immediately I'm thinking fucking Rogers is the guy who killed him. But let's see. Who killed his partner and then framed the guy. I keep hearing that name, the Hound of Ikaria. I cringe every time. No one actually calls him that, right? Sorry, but I've definitely heard that name circulating around organised crime before. Must be one hell of a bodyguard to have earned a nickname for it. He's a bodyguard? Oh yeah, he must be pretty good. Of course, hound dogs are known for other things besides guarding. Sorry, that was crude. Oh, don't be sorry. I don't even get enough of the joke to be offended. Yeah, I don't even know. I mean, I guess we say he fucking sleeps with women? Well, what? Huh? I don't even know what the fuck he's talking about. I mean, it's no Dragon of Dojima as a nickname, but, you know, it's pretty good. Okay, well, that all makes for some interesting food for thought. But, Detective London, if you are working for the Blue Bloods... Well, I never said I was working for the Blue Bloods. It's more of a gig worker type thing, Tiger. I'm friends with everybody. If you are working for the mob in general, then how do I know you're even taking me to the right place and not to... Huh? Whoa, whoa! I may pass a message along here and there, but I'm not... Well, no one else either. No one else is either. Wherever you're imagining, it's not that exciting, I promise. Not that exciting. Sounds about right. Is it like this in every city? Handshakes and gentlemen's agreements behind closed doors? You disillusioned? The state has a great deal of power, Detective London. It makes countless rules. Now, I'm a big girl. I know those rules don't apply to people equally. And I understand the value of criminal informants and the possible conflicts of interest that arise in trying to keep them around. What I don't get is why the state has all this strength, and it won't use it to just wipe the underworld off the map. That's a pretty cold logic. I'd expect my state to be far colder. Hey, you ever heard this one? A politician, a CEO, and a mob boss are sitting at a table, a round table with a gun in the middle. Who are you betting on? Is it gonna be? It doesn't matter because they're all the same person. I mean, theoretically, who would I choose in the situation? I feel like I'd choose the politician, because the politician could tell the mob boss they could kill the CEO and then get it off scot-free. Okay, let's say politician. Politicians are limp-wristed when it comes to their jobs, but they act faster than anyone when it comes to protecting their neck. They'd grab that gun as fast and wouldn't stop pulling till the trigger till it clicked. Not a bad pick. We'll make a patriot of you yet, Tiger. Well, it's a trick question, of course. Rock, paper, scissors has no trump card. The politician can bring the heavy arm of the law down on the mob boss if he doesn't shoot the CEO for him. The mob boss can have the CEO's family killed if he doesn't blow away the politician first. And the CEO can turbocharge the campaign of whomever the politician's opponent is if he refuses to miss the mob boss. Yeah, seems like you can make the argument to go in the other direction too. You could. So the point of the riddle is meant to teach is this. Whoever convinces someone else to pull the trigger comes out on top. Funny. So in the parable you set up, the gun on the table, that's the police? A blameless tool with no will of its own? Yeah. Though it was older men than I who set it up. I didn't realise this country's police were so powerless. However do you manage? I used to have a partner who helped us out, a tiebreaker. Because all three of those powerful men would be screwed if a journalist told the world they were meeting together. I've got good news for you, Detective. Journalists still exist. I could introduce you to one. You could even take a photograph. Oh, I know they're not extinct. People are always right. It's just that no one wants to pay them to. Sorry. Didn't mean to talk so much. Maybe it's nerves coming back down here. What happened the last time you visited? Something up? Didn't put you to sleep, did I? No. Actually, your three-seat table reminds me of an even older thought experiment. Jumpy, did you know? Did you ever hear the thought experiment of Ice 9? If God is omnipotent, why does he allow the existence of the devil? Roll credits. Wait. Say that again. Even I know that one. To preserve free will or whatever. Right? Yeah, that's the answer most people give. Now, I'm wondering if it isn't a rock, paper, scissors deadlock, just like the one you described. God lets the devil be so he'll terrify man, and man will always need God's warm protection. And God needs man's faith, which can't be compelled. Of course. Most people would also say that God's long dead in the 21st century, but hey, we're still around. Free will is a myth. Religion's a joke. We are all controlled by something greater. Memes. Memes, Jack. DNA of the soul. I do love how everyone's kind of clinged on to this idea of, like... I don't know which writer started it, but it's definitely become popularized in the last, like, 10, 15 years. That, like, if gods exist, they get power by how many followers they have. Like, I don't know why that's become such... Like, it's a cool concept for a book because it gives, like, deity stakes for, like, doing things, because otherwise why would they ever do anything? But, like, it's crazy how, like, the idea that, like, in the future, like, well, you know, he needs the people worshipping him. That's how it works. That's how he gets his power. It's like... It's become, like, the default for any like, the... Any, like, god in any fictional world. It's like, well, they use the belief for power. It's in D&D as well. Yeah. Blame D&D, blame Isekai LN authors. I'll blame them as well. I don't think it's their fault, but I will blame them. Oh, yeah, and I realized, like, with more gods with more than one deity, they're not omnipotent. But I didn't, like, this is my ignorance now. I didn't think in a world where, like, you had, like, a pantheon of, like, 50 gods, I didn't think they got, like, more power the more they were worshipped. I assumed they all had set power levels. That leaves a devil in an awfully strong position, doesn't it? Oh, our eyes turned black. You always picture 3 men in that room, don't you? London, you fucking sexist. Huh? Yeah. I guess I do. Sorry. Do 55 feminist rosaries for your penance. It's a good joke. Hmm. 6:01 PM. Top 10 London misogyny moments. True. Low awards. Oh, yeah. Still looks as awful as it did the first time we got there. Detective London? We're definitely not alone down here. But when you reassured your partner we'd have company, I didn't think you were including blue bloods. Ah. You know, I'd forgotten to mention. I knew I'd forgotten to mention. What? She's a liar, babe. Because I never said that. No, I never said that. She's got the fucking Labubu pin on her phone. Oh, come on, babe. That's what she's like. She lies for fun. Because that's what I call you, babe. It's a pet name. You like it. No, don't hang up. No, don't hang up, baby. Don't hang up. Of course I do. We got to get to work, Han. I'll have to call you back, babe. Something just came up. London, what is this? London, who is this? Councillor Morgan, this is Adelaide Han. Adelaide? Adelaide Han. She's, well, she's a blue blood. Hey, I'm a perfectly legitimate career woman. You're speaking to our Sinus security site manager. If you need anything, miss, please don't hesitate to reach out. Han's card. What is this? Anyway, with a heart. She's put her number on the fucking... Oh my god, Jesus. Adelaide Hand's business card. It's listing her as a site manager at Sinus Security, a known front for the Blue Blood criminal organisation. Includes her personal contact number on top of her work details. For some reason. Oh, for some reason. Yeah, for sure. Some reason. A real business card? It even has a watermark. Well, rank it up. First reference of the night. The tasteful thickness of the thing. It has a watermark. I'm not familiar with Sinus. We're a private security and investigating firm. We provide bouncers, armed escorts. We catch cheating partners, find runaway debtors, run paternity tests, that sort of thing. Sorry, but have we met somewhere? No, it can't be. I'd never forget a beauty like you. She's the Hound's lawyer, Han. Seriously? She works for those copper-headed scumbags. So we're mortal enemies? That sucks. Another life then, huh? But I'll still play nice if you will. Right. Han. Site manager, Sinus Security, likes new furniture, silk clothes, dimples. Dislikes clingy types, jealous types, needles. Plays pickup games. Avoids laundry day. Least favourite chore, throwing out dead flowers. Fucking Labubu ass charm. The amount of references in this game is making you feel a lot better about taking inspiration from this game. Yeah, Judy, you have to remember the Stanley Powerball guys talk at GDC. You're not copying games. You're taking inspiration from a game that was influential in your life at a pivotal stage in your life. So you're private security and you're currently securing this crime scene? Yeah? What's with the tone? What you're hearing is genuine bewilderment. London, why are the police letting the Blue Bloods contaminate the crime scene where a cop died? Come on, we don't have cooties. If this wasn't the control location where a cop died, we'd have already turned the full control over to him. What? The police contract out security around the crime scenes to prevent the private companies all the time. And around here, the private companies best suited to the job happen to be Sinus. Letting them conduct their own side investigations is a small concession to keep the peace. A small concession? They're probably in there destroying evidence as we speak. We have the arcs to preserve the crime scene. They could burn the building down and instead have a pristine copy. Yeah, arcs, we've seen this before. It's augmented reality crime scene. So they, like, you go through like a VR set of the crime scene. Sinus Security is a trusted partner in your business ventures, offering a suite of private security services included but not limited to bodyguards, convoys, bouncers, private investigators, paternity tests, family history research, and shipping insurance. Answer a few questions about your needs in our portal below, and we'll help you get set up with the peace of mind you've been searching for. Your browser may prompt you with a security pop-up when interacting with some of our features on our site. You can safely disregard those messages as they are related to a legal matter that has already been settled out of court. We apologise for the disruption in your site experience. Ready to get started? Go. London Bridges is trying to save face. The police couldn't handle this crime scene off limits without our help, and he knows it. Gremlins have been smashing their shiny cameras and popping their expensive tyres round the clock if we weren't here. Low award kids take out drones by tossing shoes at them for fun. Is that why you see the shoes hanging off wires? No, I don't know why that happens. It's just a thing teens always done for fun. Mystery solved? Fine. Maybe the cops and the Blue Bloods are all consummate professionals who never even bicker. But what kind of impartiality can I expect coming down here to defend an Ikaria? Well, you might get some ugly looks from those with less chivalry, but no one's going to get in your way. We know how defense attorneys operate. We know damn well how you usually win. No one's going to do anything that let you worm the hound out of his life sentence on a technicality. You sure you wouldn't prefer that? To have him back out on the street so you can have another shot at him? Oh, so flattery. That's how you flirt? What does that mean? You think we'd ever manage to gun down the Hound of Ikaria in the street? Shank him in a holding cell? Blue Bloods took him alive just fine the other day, didn't they? Yeah, and look what happened to them afterwards. So you won't tamper with the crime scene just because you want to make sure the state lobotomizes Sosuke for the purpose for quintuple homicide? Yeah. I mean, we also get paid good money to do these kind of jobs, so we have a reputation to maintain. Rate us 5 stars when you're done looking around, okay? I'll be sure to leave a glowing review. So this is the main entrance. Front door looks just about as heavy as I remember, but it's unlocked. What's that? What's that? How was this door found? Chopin and Rogers were the first officers to the scene, responding to the gunfire. Someone heard that? Good thing I cleaned up fast. Check the area, and enter through the front door. The door was definitely locked when I arrived. But I didn't lock it behind me when I left. I didn't have any keys. Admiring our handiwork, this is a sinus installation. Who else with Blue Bloods trust to secure Blue Blood buildings? How does it lock? You never used a key before? I want to know how the lock functions. Does it lock behind you automatically? That's a good question. You looking to buy? Because I could set you up. It is a good question, Han. Why don't you answer it? Yeah, this model locks behind you by default. You need a key to get in if someone doesn't unlock it for you from the inside. A physical key? Physical keys can't be hacked or overridden by a police badge. Some people consider those useful features. Is that why the door's ajar? It looks like the lock's been destroyed. Was it found like this? Yeah, for as long as the ark's been up. It definitely wasn't locked when me and Ray's arrived, which is around 10:20 p.m. Hang on, you and Reyes were the second officers on the scene? That's right. We weren't far behind when the 10999 went out at 10:15. What is the 10999? An emergency response code utilized in municipal systems around the nation, most frequently to signify that one or more of the first responders' lives are in danger. Most police departments' standard issue suite of biomonitors allow for this code to be sent out across emergency networks automatically when the cardiac activity is disrupted or blood pressure changes rapidly. Due to the non-negligible chance the moderate exercise could be misinterpreted by biomonitors, leading to false alarms, some departments make it a priority to avoid enabling the automatic alert function. We've got the front doors broken down. Long way from Precinct 254, isn't it? We were in the area. Awkward. You on the tour, then? Actually, I'd like to check out the alley first. Yeah, the crime scene's on the 3rd floor, right? Yeah, but it has a window that opens to the alley, doesn't it? I try to start from the bottom and work my way up sometimes. Sure, we can start there. Just be careful where you step, if you like those boots at all. Right, let's have a look-see. We we go around here? One problem with blue bloods and cops running security. I don't know who to blame for leaving their shit around here. I'll give them all high ground to whatever part of society learns to pick up after themselves first. Okay, if you have not seen this game before, after you read an article, it gives you a reading comprehension quiz. So everyone fucking pay attention. Pencils out. Bombing ruled out in university fire. Panic abounded last week on campus when the computer labs at Nor Technica University were set ablaze in the early hours of the morning. Students and faculty skirted the campus in anxious hunched postures as federal agents descended on the lab's vicinity, searching for signs that could point to the culprit. But as of today, the fire has officially been ruled an accident and successfully traced back to a cooling system failure in the basement's main server hub, a freak accident that has provided simultaneous relief and confusion to the community. When the fire was first reported on, there were many quick to point out that its similarities to other fires and bombings recently reported as sweeping eastward across the nation. Dubbed by some members of the press as the work of the Witch of the West, each incident appears to be targeted data infrastructure, hitting state corporate and academic nerve centres and leaving behind significant financial grief in the aftermath. Hundreds of thousands of files related to student debt, all of it non-recoverable. Oh, the humanity. Oh, the humanity. All games should do, honestly, all games should do it. It does really boost engagement. With the text, said one anonymous campus security specialist after their university students registry records went up in literal smoke. We're reaching out to alumni as quickly as we can to try and piece their records back together. But frankly, a lot of them have been less than eager to speak with us, and we have no choice but to re-examine payment plans from our current students' tuition. Federal investigative office officials have no formal comments at this time, but some local law enforcement officers have described seeing federal agents frustrated with the so-called witch. Criticism of the response has begun to surface from the political realm, with Senator Colt now formally calling for Director of Investigations to testify as to the progress or lack thereof in the search for this serial arsonist, and other notable, "Hey, we don't seem to have your ID in our database," sad face. If you fill out a simple form from us, we can get you with the rest of this article, along with a ton of other cool offers and limited time sales, served up exclusively to a compliment ID 09 like you, smiley face. I thought you meant all games should have an in-universe event where someone wipes out student debt across the nation and didn't question it. It really should. It should have been on the Type 2 plan. Classic. Rookie mistake. Should have been older and got on the Type 1 plan. I feel like I've heard stories about bombings out west the last few months. I didn't know they'd all been attributed to one person, or now they're calling them the Witch of the West. There's no mention of victims, only data centers being targeted. But clearly this witch is hitting somewhat where it hurts, if they've now got the feds involved. What really stands out here is that the federal investigators getting involved. Most national security agencies were absorbed into the military police complex decades ago. That bureau survived, but it's a mere fraction of the size it used to be and very different in its function. Their modern reputation is of attack dogs, deployed by the Senate to make examples of political targets. I can't say I like the idea of them being out there hunting for serial offenders. Okay. Lobo King. Inspect the dumpster. It was much darker last night than it is now, and I only took a quick peek. But even so, this looks like it's been moved, huh? Well, 'cause the little scratch, yeah. I mean, obviously. Quite obviously. Someone's angry about that 1,000% increase in RAM prices. Oh, man. Let's not talk about it. Yeah, so was trash picked up last night, perhaps? Checking the model number on the side. Looks like the dumpsters of this make haven't been picked up by the city in a decade. I didn't realise there was DRM on trash cans. Hey, it's a heavy model, tough to lift, even if its wheels weren't broken. And designed for containing industrial waste. How we ended up here in this residential district is, isn't that hard to puzzle out, is it? It was cheaper for the Megs to dump their shit on us than it was to haul it to a landfill. Is that why I can see markings on the ground there? From leaks? Ah, you really are a tourist, ain't you? I've been to the lower wards before. I'm cool. I'm with it. But only at night, right? Rain's dirty down here. Stains the ground wherever it falls. Acid rain? Like from the history books? Not quite that bad. Just smog combined with precipitation combined with the charms of the city to make dirty rain, like I said. Lower Ward's spring water. There's a shop named after it. Tequila and pickle juice. Ugh. So is the dumpster empty? Let's see. Hey, grab a glove if you're gonna... Yeah, it's mostly empty, except for a bunch of scrap metal at the bottom. Explains why I can't get to budge. Careful, if you get your toes trapped under there, don't look at me to help you just because I'm modded. Are you saying you couldn't budge it either? I could if a girl was cheering me on. Okay, London, thanks. I don't know what I was expecting to find, really. Now just watch it so you don't... Oh. Oh, she's angry. Let the lid slam. An industrial dumpster found in the alley, incredibly heavy. The lid makes an unpleasant sound as uncovered by Detective at London's thorough investigating. Break should be soon. We should have already had it, to be fair, but I missed it for 2 hours, and now I'm like, do I want to wait for a break to run the ads? So, no, should I want to wait until we'd run the ads to do the break? Because then we wouldn't interrupt people more, but then we have to wait another half an hour for them. I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing. Sorry. I don't know what I'm doing in my life. I've lost all control. The fire escape would have led right up to the crime scene. Assuming it doesn't come crashing down once you step on it. It's missing the ladder that would connect it to the street level. You're violating fire code with this tetanus trap, Han. Building inspection's not my department. Besides, who'd want to climb up into a burning building? Firefighters? You're funny, Bridges. Even a copper firefighter wouldn't risk getting singed to save Lower Ward property from burning down. Copper. A derogatory word for automated dependents, particularly ones licensed by or operating under the authority of the state. Interested parties in the automated dependent industries have, on more than one occasion, lobbied for copper and other terms like it, clanker, chrome drone, microchip breath, sick, to be classified as hate speech, arguing this anti-mechanical sentiment constitutes an expression of prejudice. Were it considered to be a form of hate speech, incidents of destruction of corporate property where such terms were used in prior communications would qualify for additional severity and higher fines paid towards damaged parties. Under all but the most radical interpretations of hate speech law, however, prejudice can only be directed towards sentient animals, or living things, people, animals, or corporations. Wait. How do you have hate speech towards an animal? Or corporations, yeah, exactly. I mean, fucking don't ask me. In America, they count corporations as people for the purposes of, like, fucking lobbying politicians, so it's not that far off. But I like the idea of having slurs towards animals. What is an animal slur? You don't want a fish, you're like, you damn gill breather. And he's like, alright, that's 20 to life, buddy. That's a hate crime. Calling someone a mutt, you milk whisker. I mean, bitch is a technical term. So, I mean, I guess slurs can be technical terms, but I mean, it's a medical term or whatever, right? An ad could probably make the jump from there, up there. Oh wait, the cop's calling Sosuke an animal is a good thing because it means he has rights. That's true. Ads are heavy. If an android leapt onto that, the whole mess would probably come down on top of him. Yeah, modders are heavy too. Hey. Looks like the only way into the building is through the front door then. By the way, if you use a walrus slur in chat, I will ban you. You can't. That's a hate speech towards me. I'll hit you with the classic. Hold on, where is it? Where's my video? Here it is. That'll be you. That'll be you right there on the floor. So watch out. You freaking Celoid. I love that video. I really do like that video. I want to show it off at every opportunity. It's a great video. So I think I've seen everything That's right. I was standing here last night when there was a small child, right? Yeah, with the fucking 100 Eyes banner. It was dark and foggy. That kid was too far off to make out my face. Weren't they? Or is it, Tiger? Nothing. Thought I saw someone at the corner of my eye, that's all. Yeah? Around here, maybe if it was an unlisted. What do you... Those things are real? Keep to themselves, obviously, but yeah, they're real. I met some. They inform, sometimes on what they've seen. Never come to testify, of course. You'd think they'd stand up dressing like that, but if their camouflage didn't work, they wouldn't be unlisted, right? What do you mean they keep to themselves? Don't they work with any of the gangs down here? Sorry, have I gotten your hopes up, or son? That's me. You got a better chance of winning the lottery than running into one. Forget what I asked. Yeah, the kid who went red hood, and then buggered off. You ready to go inside? I think so, as long as... No, I'm not with anyone else. It's just me here. Because she's shrill, princess. And delusional, you know that. I'm sure she'll catch up. The classic, I would say male manipulator, but obviously in this case, female manipulator strategy of naming all your relationship partners after like babe or princess. So you don't have to remember their actual names. You just call them babe or whatever. You love the name, the voice of that character? Thank you, thank you, thank you. Always because of my whiny voice. This one. Wait, which is the whiny voice? Meow. It's me. It's my whiny voice. The Gaku one as well. It's Gaku. Hey, it's me, Gaku. Anyway, so you're saying this used to be an apartment building? Somewhere between that and a long stay motel, yeah. Blue Bloods didn't deviate that far from the model when they took over. They call rooms like these vaults, places to stash away a lover, a witness, debtor when there's too much heat. You've gone through all these vaults, I take it? Signers helped us with that. Late night, yeah. Bringing around master keys, clearing out every possible hiding place. Didn't find a red-handed killer hiding anywhere, did you? Sorry, no. This is the Blue Bloods' forte, then? Securing people, places, and things? You could think of it that way. Guess I always assumed gangs made their money off food drugs. Well, the Blue Bloods do deal here and there. But narcotics has been a rich man's game ever since the CDCA rolled in. I think we've heard these before, CDCA? Oh yes, they were a series of laws that decriminalised all narcotics. Yeah. Okay, so yeah, if you haven't seen this before, basically what happened is they made all drugs legal, basically. And when a new drug is made, it's technically illegal for like 2 months until like the administration stuff goes through to like put it on file, and then it becomes legal, and like then major companies can start selling it. But in that like couple of months where like it's not technically legal yet because all the paperwork hasn't gone through, that's when all the criminals make their money by selling the thing off. But like it's not as big anymore. What was the unlisted? Term for, I can kind of guess, but yeah, term for individuals who are not actually registered in the state database. Unlisted is an informal designation given to individuals often missing persons or unhoused who are not being tracked in any government database. For much of the 21st century, individuals of this description were most often undocumented immigrants. Following shifts in immigration patterns and the implementation of the Military Service Citizenship Program, aka the Minuteman Bill, undocumented immigration has sharply declined. Okay, so you could become a citizen by doing military service. Okay. While many non-citizens do live and work within the city, other country, they are tracked through immigration monitoring and services, or as part of their military service agreement, until they either leave the country or are fully naturalised at the end of their service. Today, unlisted mostly refers to small groups of seasonal workers who travel the country in migrating caravans to find work undercutting corporate contracts on various agricultural or fungal installations. Some anthropological studies have described groups of unlisted living in urban, generally poorer areas as what are effectively homeless communities. Unlike most homeless people, the overwhelming majority of whom are unhoused for less than 2 weeks, these unlisted actively refuse state housing assistance or assistance of any kind. Concerns about malnourishment, illiteracy, extreme poverty, and rampant mental illness within the unlisted populations has, at times, spurred outreach programs that attempt to contact them, but by their very nature as unlisted, actual data on their quality of life or cultural practices is virtually non-existent, making most politicians hesitant to commit resources towards these causes. Come to twitch.tv Hypothetical Walrus for more drug dealing tips. We have it all here. Drug dealing tips, slurs for animals. It's all here. Yeah, service guarantees citizenship, you say. I'm doing my part. I'm doing my part. Fire escape. It would break if you do it. Yeah. If you have the funds to ride the grey wave, which is that's that time that like they're not technically legal yet, the way the House Ikaria does, you can make a killing. They got the market cornered from black to grey to white to pure green profit. The Blue Bloods ate they have to make do with all the scraps the Megs in the house don't bother producing en masse. Professional jealousy? Oh, how ugly. Why can't these underworld overlords just bury the hatchet, get together and screw over the consumer like reasonable people do? They've tried, if you believe the rumours. About a year ago, there was some kind of meeting. On Olive Branch from the Golds to the Blues. Apparently, Blue Bloods have a product the IKEA wanted to distribute. The IKEA, fuck. Yeah, the IKEA. The Ikaria sell legal drugs now, though. And what kind of product could the Blue Bloods have that the Ikaria couldn't manufacture? Not sure. Maybe that's why I went south so fast. Blood was spilled in less than an hour. The Ikaria aren't the type to keep negotiating after being spat on like that. And so, the Blue Bloods remain firmly planted in their lower wards niche. Well, they might not like having to take the low end, but they are filling a gap in the market. And that's every proper capitalist calling, right? Besides, the workers certainly appreciate their protection down here. Workers hire Blue Bloods for protection, but that's... all that stuff is legal, so long as they're licensed, isn't it? Legal? Yeah. Respectable? Most would still say no. So, household name security megs consider it too high risk to be seen in the company of workers. What is a worker? Oh, a sex worker. Okay. A generally short term of sex worker, generally used to refer to individuals who are legally licensed as such, as opposed to those who are engaging in sex work outside the legal guidelines. Sex workers operate in high-end establishments, generally in specified zoned municipal districts with high median property prices, cloud districts. You come to the cloud district often? What I'm saying, of course you don't. And catering to only specific clientele may be more commonly referred to as courtesians, or courtesans. Please sign in to verify your age in order to display the full search results for your query. Doesn't help the average board member is easily pushing 60 years old. You aren't far from pushing 60 yourself, are you? A matter of opinion. Besides, I'm a very modern, forward-thinking man. Did you finish those 50 rosaries already? Got 'em. Ah. Right. And the Ikaria, they don't, compete in that market? No. People at the Ikaria heights may patronise a courtesan or two. I don't want to keep calling it a courtesan. It's a courtesan. Courtesan or two in the cloud districts, but they would never lower themselves to work alongside one. Hypocrites. That much I understand perfectly. The hypocrisy is the appeal for them. The rules don't apply to me. You couldn't ask for a more pure expression of power. Damn. Worse than I remember. Like a demon tore through this place. Seriously. What the hell happened here? That's what we get paid to find out, right? Yeah. I've definitely got a head start on the rest of you, though. Can we bring up the arcs? Sure, I'll patch you in. Allow me. If you're needed on the phone, Miss Han, please don't let me keep you here. Nonsense. I've got all the time in the world for you. Everyone's treating me like royalty today. We only got 6 minutes in Somnium. Jerome. If you don't mind spoiling me, why she killed him in the first place. Okay, so spoilers for the end of chapter 0, and what I would say is a big pulling point or selling point for this entire game. You find out at the end of chapter 0, Morgan is just a serial killer. She enjoys murdering people for fun. So she kills a lot of people and then occasionally defends people who are accused of the crimes she committed from going to prison. Not because she, like, is doing it out of any moral idea of, like, oh, I have to save this person because they're being unjustly, like, treated. It's more because she knows they didn't do it. So it's like an easy win case. But yeah, she just loves killing people. We haven't fully understood why. Like, they haven't truly, like, there's a couple of ideas, like, oh, you know, she had a bad upbringing, or like she's got something wrong with her, like she just enjoys the power aspect, but like we can't really understand what it is. Yeah, she finds it like natural. She does it basically. She does it for enjoyment. Well, no, she does it for fun, as in she enjoys doing it, is what I mean. These ones she actually didn't kill for fun, but they had a mask that allows you to not be seen by any camera, and obviously that would help a lot with her killing other people. So she killed them to get that thing. But yeah, she's a serial killer who works as a defense attorney, and no one knows she's a serial killer. She's also she's killed a lot of people, but in her recent killings, she did it with a special like old-timey revolver gun. And now a lot of people in the city have made this idea of this person called the Heartbreak Killer, because she always shot them once through the chest in the heart. So she's got like a reputation, and she's trying to make sure no one finds out it's her. Yeah, she didn't want to make a serial killer meme. Yeah, I think she has like empathy issues basically. I think she has like people don't. Yeah, she has some sort of mental condition. And her parents didn't treat her correctly because like this kid's weird. And now she just like kills people. Maybe it's for like power, maybe it's for control, maybe it's because she wants the law to not apply to her. She loves the idea that she can get away with it. Maybe it's because she loves the idea that she can outthink everyone else. We don't know. Took the words right out of my mouth. Where shall we start? How about with tall, dark, and mysterious here in the middle? That's your client. He was found standing over Chopin's body by the arresting officer. Rogers, right? And then he knocked Sosuke out? Correct. So why is this artistic rendition of Sosuke and not a capture from Rogers' body cam? Well, it seems like at the time their body cam was off. Seriously? Hey, I'd chew him out myself if he was here with us. It's department policy to have all sensors green when responding to an emergency. Did all this not qualify as an emergency then? Chopin and Rogers were responding to shots fired. It's not uncommon in this part of town. The two inexperienced officers first on the scene. It might not have come to mind. Interesting. I think they mentioned this before, but they said they only send their best down here. So it's weird that inexperienced officers were down here. Well, at least Chopin could use that excuse. Rest in peace. But apparently Rogers requested replacement body cams nearly every week. Okay. If he's that big of a klutz, take away his gun once the city's done throwing him a parade. I'll, put in a request. Right then. Who's next? Okay. I think this is a good place to take a break. Because it's been almost 3 hours. So let me go ahead and get this going. I'll be back in 5 to 10 minutes. Grab a drink, go to the bathroom, etc., etc. You know the drill. I think she loves winning, and killing someone with her own hands, getting away with it scot-free is the greatest form of victory over someone else. I can see that as well. But anyway, I'll see you in, 5 to 10 minutes. See you then. Okay, we're back. We're back. Ladies and gentlemen. Now, before we get back to it, it's time for a quick Fantasy League check. That's right, folks. We're in it. If you did not know, through the Discord, we are running a fantasy draft for video games where each person has a company, a fake company, and you pick games you think are going to be released in 2026, and the better they get reviewed, the more points you get. Silver currently in the lead because they actually had games that have released and has done well. Which one did you have, Silver? You had like a really good one, right? Ken is out. It got an 87. Congratulations. And then Mito is in second because they had... What did you have, Mito? Did you have Code Vein too? No, you had Arc Knights Enfield. That was it. Arc Knight Enfield's got an 80. Solid. We only started this year, so we have not done it. Yeah. Umbrine is in third because she has Code Vein 2, which got 74, and Don't Stop Girly Pop, which got 74 as well. Which I think is unfair because this game looks fucking awesome. Look at this game. Wait, can I see like some fucking... Can I get like a... Look at this game. It's a shooter with this like 90s coded or early 2000s coded like aesthetic. That game was awesome. But anyway, alas, it reached a mere 74. You did pay a fortune for Can. You paid like $50 or something. I, alas, have not had anything come through yet. So I'm hoping I'm gonna pop off, but we'll see. The bids. Oh, so what's it when? Okay, we got stuff coming out in early Feb. Early Feb is gonna pop off. And this is the bids for the week. If you're in chat, you have 51 minutes to bid on these games if you want to get them. The super pink aesthetic is post 9/11. Damn. You know what? I forgot to turn that off. That's a completely legitimate way to look at it. That's how you know America changed. When they had the pink aesthetic. You paid $40, my god. Anyway, let's get back to it. Brenya. This fucking cat staring at me the entire time. Okay, we got the articles done, the serial bombings. Okay. Let's start on the right and go on, I guess. Well, actually, they have numbers, right? I guess we'll just go 1, 2, and 3. That's 00. That's 1, and that's 2. That's 3, and I guess that's 4. Okay. Who the hell? Who the hell are you, really? Why are you lying there dead, right in the middle of my crime scene? That was Tariq Chopin, as you may guess. A patrol officer and a son of 2 loving fathers. Who have strongly emphasized... Oh, I've turned the music off. Whoops. This is not the time, Maya Fey. For Turnabout Sisters. There we go. Who have strongly emphasized to the chief of police their desire to see justice done. Oh, sticking with the AA music for the investigation kind of hits. I did. At the end of chapter 1, I did have cornered on a side tab just to play every time they fucking hit them with the big reveal. It's a complex thing. The 90s were all about techno-futurism and optimism. 9/11 happened, and then super girly aesthetic was developed due to the reactionary belief that girls need to act like girls when the US was singing conservative. Interesting. Reyes wasn't exaggerating about how he died. You know, run through from behind with a sword. So he would have been standing in front of the desk, and he was impaled. Then he collapsed to the floor face first, and the sword got stuck in the ground. Bad luck for the attacker, I suppose. Bit of a hot take, but I think that while Of the Devil's music is pretty good, it could use a bit of more variety. No, Huli, I fully agree. You probably weren't here because you were playing episode 1 yourself. But I think one of my not really a complaint, because complaints won't word. The music is good, but one of the parts that doesn't hold up as much as all the other ones, like the writing and the characters and the vibes are stellar. I think the music is good, but I don't think it's fantastic. I think they needed a court. I think there's a couple of fun themes, like the silly theme is good. This theme is good. They needed a banger trial theme. Like, there's a good trial theme, there's a dramatic trial theme, but they needed something which punches you in the face when it happens. Something that's like a big reveal happened, and it's like, oh shit, you know, like a cornered, if you will. It doesn't stand out enough. So I think the music needs an oomph to like bring it up to like a 9 out of 10, like the rest of the game. Like a Danganronpa trial thing, exactly. Yeah. Dr. Sato's noted in a report that the stab wound was, in her words, jostled. I think I heard. Yeah, there's more music in episode 2 versus episode 1, and I assume, as this goes on and is, I assume, more successful because the game's amazing, they'll have a bigger budget to allow them the composer to do more with it. Pardon? The attacker tried to pull it out, but it was stuck, so they had to jiggle it around. Hey, it's probably what saved Roger's life. Kept your client distracted and disarmed long enough to give Rogers time to rush in. Allegedly. Not where I left you, that's for sure. According to Sosuke, the one thing he does recall after I passed the baton to him is gripping his sword. You're not giving me much to work with. Fingerprints in the grip match your client's right hand, by the way. Here I was getting my hopes up. And it definitely wasn't suicide because no one else's prints are on the damn thing. I ruled out suicide once I saw he was stabbed in the back. Thank you. There are papers scattered underneath his body. Did I knock them off the desk at some point? Maybe when the tall one hit the ground? Or maybe when I was swinging that bat down on... Hang on. What kind of paper is this? I can't read a word. Really? You should get that looked at. My vision is 20/20. What am I looking at, Miss Site Manager? Those docs are internal business, ma'am. Nothing to worry your pretty little head over. How do you know they're internal business if we can't read them? You've really never seen red ink before? Never heard of it. It's Corporate Information Security Protocol. Files with special flags trigger specific print commands if you try and make physical copies. Makes it to use some kind of special ink. If I take a photo of it, it comes out as a bright blur. Paper special too. Too much heat, humidity, becomes illegible. A corpse bleeding out on top of you is a lot of heat and humidity. These documents contain confidential data that the Blue Bloods wouldn't want getting out. What do they say in the movies? Oh, I can't confirm nor deny that. And if I subpoenaed the data? Do your worst. We've got lawyers too. And unlike your client, they've got all the time in the world to stall. Besides, you and I both know exactly what the Hound's motives was. And it isn't written in those pages, it's written all over his busted up face. Sure. But you won't mind if I copy down whatever I can anyway, right? I wouldn't have any legal reason to stop you if that's what you're getting at. Right, on to one, who is... you. You're 5. Fuck. The big one. He made a strange face when I shot him, and a loud slam when he hit the floor. This one, real long rap shape, with a short ending. Buckshot to the torso, died instantly. Flex ran as mods, but his time of date at 9:44 PM. Killed by his own weapon. Comes a bit short on poetic justice, but it doesn't look like he was in any kind of struggle for it beforehand. But how someone managed to get it off his hands? It wasn't any great feat, I assure you. Texans identified it as double-barreled Mag US and, Hey, how do you know the gun was his? Oopsie. He's still wearing the holster in arcs. Was I mistaken? No. About a week ago, Tanks here was stopped and frisked by a patrol unit. And they found this here gun on him. They found this gun on him and they just handed it back to him. He bought and paid for it above board. So this gun isn't jailbroken? You have tag data from the murders? No, we don't. Strange. According to the text, this gun is jailbroken. What happened between last week and last night that he got the tag stripped off? Something that made him think this piece would see action soon. Okay, are you... Where the heck is crime scene 2? Let's just get this one. Windows open to the fire escape in the alley below. There's a thin misting of blood across them. Got a good guess as to who it belongs to. This is where we found Creek, leader of the pod. Ballistics tells us the shield was shining in front of the desk. Near where my client was found. Your words, not mine. Nasty slug burst in his chest. Blue blood back into the window behind him. The open windows. And over spread. Yes, it is. Did someone open these, or...? No, they were open when we secured the scene. Any fingerprints? Plenty on the handles there, from Creek and his pod. That's where the handles are? Something wrong? Definitely, but how the hell could I explain why I know that? No, sorry, I just, guess I'm wondering about the keys around his neck in the arcs. Oh, well, one was a master key, could unlock any other door in the building. The other key, we eventually paired to a small safe at his desk. Empty, though. I suppose that's all irrelevant, since he apparently died with the keys on his person. Oh yeah, they caught my eye too, to be honest, but, not every detective's instincts pan out. So who was this guy? Curious. Only professionally. I don't care who he was, or what he was before I killed him. Criminal record dating us back as far as it goes, sealed when he turned 18. What makes you so sure he had a juvenile record then? The more experience these guys get, the more time in between their arrests. Pattern I'm seeing, he was pretty damn experienced by the time he was of age. You trying to compliment him? I wasn't trying to insult him, Anne. Anything you'd like to add? Nah, nothing I want to say in front of you two. If you want to say a few words. Oh, sorry, I want to say a few words. The detective I could step. Only words I have are for his killer. I'll deliver those in person, or not at all. Do you have any idea why someone might want to hurt this Creek fellow? Hello. That's not funny. That dog you're defending. It's a fair question, Anne. Give it fair consideration. Besides Ikaria, the rust to our city's finest? No, Creek was charismatic and driven. Plus he made us a lot of money. No true blue would want him gone. That bloodthirsty Ikaria soldier he was interrogating, however, probably wasn't a huge fan. What about family? This is getting old fast. Younger brother's listed as next of kin. Leave his brother out of this. Hell, leave me out of this. Rooting through a person like you're picking at zits. Well, seems like he's out of town anyway. Taking summer lessons at Hal Marinock U. That's a good school. An expensive school. Younger brother has no listed occupation. Also no priors and no juvenile record. Tad at his age? Poor kid. Pills for that cost an arm and a leg. Creek must have been sending in. Detective, did you just leak confidential medical data of a non-suspect to a third party? Hey, you don't have to report. How about I buy you an ice cream or something? Bribery too? You're digging yourself pretty deep. Is it still bribery if I'm the government official? Okay, how about you, my lad? Blood loss from the neck. Even I could tell that much. Stabbed with a bladed weapon right near the carotid artery. Very efficient. Not the kind of kill someone can make without prior experience. My client's a humble bodyguard. Come on now. I know you've got a job to do, but you'll shame him if you don't let him take credit for this one. Miller was no joke in a fight. To take him out with one clean stab to the neck using his precious signature katana? Hound must be itching to brag about it. I'll defer to the mental examiner on this matter, thank you very much. What do you mean? Sato said the same thing. Katana to the neck, in not so many words. Is Miller's blood even on the katana? Even if it is, why would a medical examiner assume the katana was used here when my knife is a much better fit for my knife? Where is it? Where? I gave Sosuke the knife before I left. It should have been found on him when he was arrested. It should be somewhere in the arks. You, looking for something, Tiger? If they haven't found the knife, and I asked about it anyway, that means to admitting that I know it's missing. If I tell them Sosuke mentioned a knife and that only the killer would know about, I'd be ruining my case before we even enter the courtroom. Or worse, pointing the police in the direction of the knife's real origin. No, I just, Was anything found on my client's person when he was arrested? Besides a gun, a sword, and a bunch of blood that did and didn't belong to him? No, not even any lint in his pockets. Why'd you ask? Oh, no reason. Sometimes you gotta shake a tree to see what falls out. Or so they say. Oh, you were blindly guessing. I've been there. Something must have happened to that knife. It couldn't have just disappeared. Not from a crime scene locked down like this. I need to find it, but I can't just go looking for it. Is this what it feels like to play with a handicap? I advise you to brace yourself before opening the autopsy photos for this one, Counsellor. Yes, this is, sufficiently obfuscated. Sufficiently obfuscated. A lot to take in. The skull was crushed. Yeah. but cause of death was blood loss from a laceration across the neck. He hit the floor and bled out in seconds. Everything else you're seeing there is post-mortem. Overkill. Not the word I'd use for this kind of shit. Oh, calm down. I didn't do it for the fun of it. In this specific instance. The victim had modded eyes. Seems like to me like someone just didn't want him to take any chances. Bullshit. No one in the lower wards would get optic mods with recording functionality. You wouldn't be welcome anywhere. You're going to claim the Hound of Ikaria didn't know something that fundamental? Nah, he bashed his brains in for the fun of it. I'm sure to a law-abiding citizen like yourself, we're all scum of the earth who deserve... I'm pretty scummy myself, Han. Defense attorney, remember? Who the hell deserves shit like this? Deserves? What does that have to do with anything? I take it that this bat is what did the deed. Matches the splinters found inside his wounds, if you had any doubts. There's nothing here about Sosuke's fingerprints. You think we get anything other than partials off that? It's practically splinters. Makes sense. I was the one who actually swung it down, and I was wearing gloves by then. Whoever did this, they were damn enthusiastic. You know how hard they had to swing to crush a skull, to break the bat itself? I can't imagine. There's some faint blood that's been smeared here. Did it belong to the victim? This victim? Sorry, that was meant to be... Okay, oh god, I'm tired. I'm getting the fucking voices mixed up. Okay, anyway, keep going. And Sosuke. I wonder if maybe the bodies hadn't been got to move for some reason, but... Your client's legs and feet were soaked in others' blood when he was arrested. And he would have had to sneak up on Chopin in order to stab him in the back. You think he slid his feet across the ground to avoid making noise? Does he say otherwise? I'll let you keep guessing on that one. Okay, you're done, you're done. Just the lad at the end here. Does the game get interactive during the trial? Yes. Yeah, at the moment, it's like Ace Attorney, right? Where the investigative parts are very visual novel. You're just learning. And then in the trial, it's much more, you know, here's a piece of evidence. Choose the part. Like, it has the Danganronpa bit where, like, people will say... Well, I suppose this happens in Ace Attorney as well. Where it's like, someone has their testimony, you find the correct line, you disprove it, you show the evidence. It has like a thing where it's like you have to push people to a certain extent. There's like timelines. It has all that kind of stuff. So it does have interactive stuff, but that's normally later in the case. I remember choosing not to turn it back off. Interesting setup. And it has blackjack. Powerful setup. Was blaring when we arrived. The sound system, I mean. One of the CS techs, a real audiophile. But it broke her heart to how loud they must have been blaring the speakers all the time. Wears it out, she says. I wouldn't count on orcas to value the longevity of their tech purchases. What have we got here? Oh, examine. Creek's fine wood desk. He seemed particular about it. Maybe in no small part because there's a priceless Noah mask hidden in it, but... I assume you've been through the datapad here? Front to back. We didn't find anything we didn't already know. Seems like Creek was smart enough to use it for payments and nothing else. How do you manage that? Even gangsters need spreadsheets. Hence the paperwork you see scattered about. They really did everything by hand? PPP is what they call it over an organised crime. Paper and Pen Protocol. Helps the orcas keep their books, well, off the books. Or at least in a format it's easy to destroy, should push come to shove. Did you run checks on this credit card that's jammed in here? Not surprised you don't recognise it. That there's a dark card. Wow, tell me more. Wow, tell me more. It's an untraceable wallet in the palm of your hand. I mean, I would hope any wallet could fit in the palm of your hand, detective. But you really can't find the owner? Can't find a trace of any of its transactions? While like in Fahrenheit and Heavy Rains, you can choose which evidence to leave out. Makes the scene sleuthing more interactive. Yeah, I think that is something that is interesting. It's like, it's a fine line though, because because in those games, you don't have to prove it in court, right? So for the court part of these games to work, you need all the evidence. So I suppose you could have it all be collected, but then not talk about it with people. Or you could have like red herring stuff, but like you could progress the trial with less evidence, but like it damages your case or something. I think that's the main issue, is if you have to prove the puzzle of the trial through evidence, you need your evidence left in, so to speak. Most we can tell is the datapad registered some calls to dark card networks around 9:40 p.m, but it timed out. But what does that mean? The transfer didn't go through. Either someone got cold feet or they forgot their password. Happens to the best of us. By the way, why has this cloth been flagged? Not sure. Forensics didn't find any blood on it. Who flagged it? Lady Rockford herself. Could be she fat thumbed it. Yeah, I'm sure it's nothing. I believe this is the cloth that Morgan used to wipe all the fingerprints off her stuff. Read. Papers scattered all over his desk. Ideally, you need to play both sides of the case, prosecution during the trials and murderer for the case, to balance out finding out being a murderer and actually being able to progress the case as prosecution. See, I could see them doing that in this game, like literally in this game, where it's like, we did the murder, because obviously we're a murderer, so if we did the murder of a trial and we found evidence pointing to us, we could like choose whether or not to show it because it strengthens our case, but could be risky, or hide it so it never gets put back to us. I could see them doing that in a later game or later episode. Suppose I'm partially to blame. I didn't exactly memorize his setup before I started searching for the mask. What's this? What do you find there? A note? Looks like Creek's handwriting from the other files I've seen. Is this the Danganronpa ripoff? It's like Danganronpa if it was good. I'm joking, alright? I like Danganronpa. It's fun. It's more like Ace Attorney, but with game mechanics and more of a visual flair like Danganronpa. So, like 80%, it's like the core of Ace Attorney with the wrapper of Danganronpa. M. Ikaria. Oh, it looks like M. Ikaria, actually. He's dead, London. I was going to let the spelling mistake slide. Right, sorry, but M? That's gotta be Makoto, right? You saw neon blood in a school desk, that's all you needed? Yeah. There is like literal like Danganronpa style neon blood in episode 1. You know Makoto? Well, I know he's the Ikaria's heir apparent. From what I hear, he's an appropriately frightening young scion. He's really quite something. But why would his name be on Creek's desk? He was Creek's real target the other day. Sosuke was some kind of consolation prize. Back in the Ound was a consolation prize. These punks are their sights set eye. Yeah. Like no one taught them not to stare at the sun. Okay. Looks like that's everything in here. Well, I don't envy either of your workloads. It's a mess in here. That's a lot of blood, that's for sure. I'm impressed you haven't got nauseous, miss. I'll be right at home here if you want all poking your noses around. Oh shoot, I just remembered. I know at the end of it if I don't check in with my partner after saying I would. You too good to keep going if I step out to make a call? call? Is your partner your mom? And is your mom blind? Send a text. Thank you for your understanding. You're going to sleep, good night, and have fun with the devil. Don't let it steal your soul. Thank you, Silver. I'll try not to. But I can't promise anything. Maybe he was the one with the weak stomach. You be sure to let me know if you're feeling faint. I can keep going. We're nearly finished, anyway. I'd stick to the art if I were you. Nothing behind that door that's better seen in person. You've been such a gracious host until this point, Miss Han. Why the cold feet now? It's ugly in there. Uglier than this? Different kind of ugly, then. It's all in the eye of the beholder. Oh, it's poison gas from the ceiling. My God. I warned you. Don't worry, I can stomach it just fine. So long as I can understand it. Why did Creek's pod torture my client? I don't know that they did. Sosuke told me they electrocuted him, Han. They probably just grounded him. Low-grade currents applied every few minutes, stops most mods from rebooting. So no SOS pings, no adrenaline bursts pulled out of his ass. And the pliers, hammers and syringes? What purposes did they serve? They could have just killed Sosuke when they failed to nab Makoto. Instead they dragged him down here. Why? Try and get info on Makoto's itinerary? Get enough intel to make another run at him? If there are any answers for me in here, I need a grout scraper to find them. Alright. Left to right. Let's inspect the buckets. It's water. Cold enough that condensation's on the outside of the bucket. Is that water for sponge baths? Just a simple way of keeping a guest from dozing off. Temperature shock makes caffeine look like a sleep aid. This coming after you claim you don't know if Sosuke was tortured. You know what the other bucket's for then? I know you said you got a weak sense of smell, but do you really need a hint here? Ah. But then this last bucket here is... What is that? Trash? Cloth and a rope. Bindings. Or bandages. See, they were nursing him back to health. I'll run your theory past Sosuke next chance I get. This must be what's left of what they were keeping Sosuke tied up with. They would have had to use something. Yeah, this door doesn't even lock. Not after I've removed the bat, barring it from the outside. So he was brought here, tied up, questioned. Then he breaks out, bursts into the next room, cuts two of his captors and blows the other two away. That's what you think happened? That's what it looks like. And then what? Chopin runs in and turns his back on a violent criminal? Don't strain yourself trying to make it sound improbable. Cops are dumb. If the hound crouched in a corner, you'd have his chance soon enough. Sorry, swallowed my own spit there. Hell, he probably just played dead. Walking to that scene out there, you think some patrol officer would go checking pulses? Why would my client go through all that trouble to get the jump on an officer? Why not just run away? Hell, why not just ask him for medical treatment? Because he was standing in front of the four men he just killed? I know that Sosuke had no logical reason to attack Chopin, but so what? Even Sosuke himself said he would have been acting on instinct. Would instinct tell him that Chopin was in between him and his escape? Okay. Buckets dealt with. Blood. Wait, some words on the shower. Some numbers. 11037. Has all this blood been tested, Miss Han? Enough of it has. Besides Sosuke, who else was it going to belong to? That's a bit lazy, but it's not as if there's more time here than there's more here than last time I visited. Sosuke really did lose a lot of blood. By the time he stumbled out of here, a stiff breeze should have been enough to knock him over. Is he really such a badass that he still managed to take out a police officer before he'd even noticed? It's not as if I feel nothing looking at someone else's handiwork, the product of their violence. It's like an artificial sweetener, no complaints for that first instant. Then the aftertaste comes. Empty calories. I'll just be hungrier again later. Faster. Best to stay disciplined. She really is like a fucking freak. She likes, like, she enjoys looking at the blood splatter on the walls. So it's not even just like a control thing. It is also like some weird, like, psychopathic kind of just fucked up thing. Okay. Look at the syringes. Hypodermic needles. Probably not packing anything healthy. Sosuke better hope they were at least sanitized. I'm not sure Sarah can treat an infection with gauze and rubbing alcohol alone. Those needles there. The design of these needles seem a little odd. Well, someone would tell you sooner or later, so... They're projectiles, load them into a gun and fire away. Sosuke was captured by men wielding needle guns. Does Sinus Security have any peacekeeping tools they'd like to disclose as having recently gone missing? You're cursing up the wrong pipe. Creek couldn't find tools all on his own, and we're not that kind of in operation. An operation where the right hand doesn't know what the left is doing? More like the right hand's just been washed, so if you have to handle some garbage. Sinus is that legitimate? Why aren't all blue bloods working legal jobs then? Not enough positions available. You gotta earn like hell to be considered for a job on this side of the fence. Creek and his pod weren't bringing in that kind of money. They liked Creek's pod where it was. Who's they? Upper management. That mask is a death sentence, specifically crafted for one very special customer. I'm just the one given the honour of hanging on to it until... Did upper management like Creek? I'm just a humble site manager, miss. I wouldn't know. Anne is so damn hot. The hair is nice. Sure. And I like how the mods do look like rings on her fingers. So, do all these needles contain anesthetics? No, there's also stimulants and barbitocene. Okay, let's have a look. A depressant drug that loosens inhibitions and increases talkativeness. Originally developed as a hypnotic sleep aid drug. Oh, because hypnos, like to sleep. Hypnotic, that's fun. For active duty military personnel, barbitocene is currently prescribed through, though rarely, as an anti-anxiety and anti-seizure medication. Once depicted in popular culture and some drug manufacturers' promotional materials as truth serum, barbitocene has never been shown to function as such in a controlled setting. When compared against sampling of liquors ranging from 40 to 80% proof, barbitocene resulted in truthful confessions only 0.2% more often, and no subjects admitted to providing information that they weren't already comfortable with divulging already. Users also frequently search for how to tell if someone is cheating, where to buy lie detector, see who has me muted on social media. Barbitocene, boo, boo. -2 that chatter. -2 them. No time to wait. Thank you for the follow. Thank you, thank you. Like the truth serum? You can't get sued for selling it as such. It makes you talk. Doesn't make what you say the truth. Oh, does that say you can get sued? Sorry. Is that you can get sued? You can get sued, sorry. So they wanted Sosuke talking, but what did they ask him? If your client can't remember or isn't willing to recall, there's really no one else alive who would know, yeah? I'm getting a headache, but it's not from anything sensory. I should know more about this crime scene than anyone. Why can't I piece it together? If I can't piece it together, the cops will never trace any of this back to me, right? So why do I feel so ill at ease? Okay, thanks for your patience, ladies. Did I miss anything? Nah. Oh. Would you have felt better if you had? I'm going to head out now, actually. I've got a long day tomorrow. You're going back by yourself, then? You sure? I'll get you a ride out in the neighbourhood. I'm sure Miss Han here has already made sure that we'll both get over here without any trouble. That is her company's area of expertise, isn't it? Of course. Well, at least let me walk you out. Sure, why not? Safe travels. We're definitely going to see her again. I feel like they put too much effort into her character design for her not to come up at the trial. So, Detective, there's something you didn't want to talk about in front of the professionals at Cyanus Security? Thanks for picking up on that. Reyes will be upset that you never checked in. Yeah, right after this, I will. This room, are we directly underneath the crime scene? Yep, same fire escape right there. Same type of window, too. Has this room been scanned into the arcs? Yeah, but no one found anything noteworthy. Except Cyanus being sloppy. So what were you actually doing when you left Han and I back there? Something Han said earlier about how no true blue would wish harm on Creek. Her phrasing stood out to me. Because it implies the existence of false blue bloods. Because it reminded me of one of the first things I learned in this city. There are no monoliths. Megs, orcas, city halls, there's always factions. And among blue bloods, the party lines are especially visible. So I made a call, not to Reyes. I confirmed of some things. And I figure I owe you a little hint or two, considering the tone of the last message I delivered. That message warned me not to broaden the scope of my investigation. Getting hints from you might be self-defeating. Not these hints, trust me. So what faction did our pal Creek belong to? The young bloods, opposite end of the compass from the old guard, the conservative blue blood leadership. All of them older than 70, some of them pushing higher than 90. Anne said Creek was too useful for anyone to want dead, but my sources don't agree. Creek talked, said things aloud that others only whispered. Ambitious, charismatic, up and coming, and young. Could easily see him being very unpopular with all the wrong people in the old guard. That is interesting info, Detective, but it doesn't exactly flip the case on its head. I already know who killed Creek. The police have already decided it's Sosuke. Knowing that he had some kind of occupational hazards will hardly convince the jury otherwise. My client's the one standing accused, and everyone already knows why Blue Bloods and Ikarias would want to kill each other. Do you? They're rival gangs. They hate each other. Do you know why? It's the same reason all the Blue Blood leadership is ancient, while their muscles made up of orphans and delinquents. 30 years ago, the Ikaria betrayed their peace with the Blue Bloods, started killing them. And they didn't stop for days. By the end of it, every single member of the leading Blue Bloods families under the age of 40 was dead. Well, I can see how their kids would grow up to hate the Ikaria, yeah. You're not getting it, Tiger. Their kids didn't grow up at all. If that's the case, how are the Blue Bloods still around? For one thing, the Ikaria had bigger fish to fry. This was right before the Red Decade. They spent every second of the next 10 years positioning themselves to come out as the other end as neo-bility. Second, what remained of the Blue Bloods found a new niche to fill. Taking in delinquents furious at a country driven off a cliff by adults before they could even get their chance to vote. Blue Bloods swelled their ranks to new heights by looking out for the little guys during those years, in exchange for favours down the line. Lastly, and most importantly, they survived because they still had hope. Hope, Hajime! Hope, Hajime. You still have hope. How long will the stream be? 15 more minutes. You serious? I am. It's a powerful weapon. You ever read Danganronpa 2? Goodbye Despair. No, what's it called? Tropical Despair or some shit. Yeah, there's a character in there called Nagito. You should look him up. I actually kind of mod my hair after a guy like him. Hope for what? Hope that the Ikari had missed one. That they'd fled the country. Hope that a promised heir would grow strong and return one day. A triumphant little lord with overflowing riches and overwhelming power. Sounds like a fairy tale. Those endure for a reason. Well, now you know. A warning to watch where you step isn't exactly worth much if you're fumbling around in the dark. Fairy tales and warnings. What's up? Huntsman. Hey, out of nothing in particular, no reason at all, just bringing it out purely out of the blue, don't put any context into this. Did you or your pals in OC ever hear of some kind of blue blood hunter? Oh, like a bounty hunter? Or a huntsman, maybe? Where'd you hear that? Sosuke thinks he might have overheard talk of something like that when he was in captivity. Does it mean anything? Nope. I don't like the hesitation there, detective. Just a urban legend. I would have said the same thing about the unlisted before this afternoon, and yet... Fair enough. If you see a huntsman and live to tell a tale, I'll buy you as many lotto tickets as you want. Hey, you ever pay any attention to any of this graffiti down here? Scrawlings about Lobo and the cyberpunk and HBK increasingly. I haven't seen that myself. I was going to say Red Hood. Why are you asking? You feel a chill down your spine? But except for HBK, that's all old news. Ghost stories and campfire tales. There are a lot of campsites around here. Lots of places to start fires. But Red Hood, haven't heard that in who knows how long. It's one of the oldest. Rough story. It's based on a real event. Nothing worth recounting. I'll take your word for it. But what's gone into you that you're feeling all superstitious like? Guilty conscience? You mean about working with the mafia? Oh, that's what you mean, of course, yes. Psychologists would call that projecting. Ouch. Too far? Nah. Didn't feel a thing. I don't know why I asked, really. Guess I just had an odd feeling all day. Like, deja vu. You been here before? No, I hate that feeling. Whatever the opposite of that would be. The unnerving certainty that you're in uncharted waters. Scary stuff. I have the feeling London is going to turn out to be like a fucking mob boss or something. Like he's higher up the food chain than he's pretending to be. Ikaria, Blue Blood, Megs, Orcas. Dirty cops and criminal informants. Lines drawn back and forth across a battlefield like a sucked spider's suspension bridge. Dizzying in its complexity, frail along any given strand. London Huntsman theory? Look, don't throw it out. I'm going to get my 2-hour essay ready to write up. It's all there. It's all there if you just look hard enough. For one wrong move and you're completely ensnared. Priorities. The Ikaria don't care about who tore through Creek's gang, but they would prefer Sosuke doesn't spend his life in prison for killing a cop. The Blue Bloods want to tear Sosuke's throat out. If Han's taken at her word, they're setting for 5 counts of murder. Can I take Han for her word? Is she a young blood like Creek, or is she with the old guard? Could I have asked London that? If I had, could I have trusted his answer? Because it turns out Cuisine London is much, Much harder to read than I anticipated. And I can't even trust my client to act in his own self-interest. That man's a bodyguard by trade and a zealot for his house. The trial starts tomorrow. Do I still need more information? Is there still time to find it? No. What I need right now is a nightcap. If I can't fall asleep, then I'll know I'm in trouble. Until then, guess sleep will have to wait. It's unlocked. Who is this? Pardon me for dropping an in at such a late hour, Councillor Morgan. Standing there in my doorway, she cut through the light like a blade of split ink. I was trying to read the subtitles and the moving thing at the same time. Not a good idea. Who is it? But twice as sharp and not nearly as familiar. Fucking crime noir bullshit. She walked up with legs up to her eyes, and you could roll them for days. It's outside of normal consultation hours, Miss... She purses her lips, like lily petals shying away from the moonlight. What's a smirk by any other name? Please call me Mireille. Any last name, Mireille? The question floats in the air like a curling cigarette smoke. I could tell she was used to the smell. These fucking lines. They're so good. They're so fucking noir. I'll leave that up to your imagination. Self-assured and unapologetic, the unspoken family name loud as a signature. Written in blood. You're from House Ikaria. Might I step inside? She blinks. Her head turns a millimeter. A forked tongue testing the temperature of the air. I love the little typewriter noise as well. She wasn't asking for permission. Just you? What about your friends in the hallway? She raises an eyebrow, but she keeps staring at the floor. She's surprised my perception of the unseen threat, but not quite impressed. I don't think they need to join us, do you? She was the kind of woman to make you remember. Smoking could kill. Oh my god, these fucking lines. They're great. How could I be of service, Mireille? You're already being quite accommodating, both to me and my family's interests. What is this, like, smoke fog cloud around her, this digitized fog cloud? I came here tonight to be of service to you. I understand that you're somewhat new to this underworld of ours. She do be having the Persona 4 glasses. I'm grateful for the offer, Mireille, but inexperienced as I am, I've gathered that House Ikaria doesn't come into its fortune by being generous. Would you like to know about how House Ikaria did come into its fortune? I know you operated a lending corporation with a significantly diversified portfolio. She was an automobile, and I was a gallon of gasoline. She was thirsty, and I felt she would swallow me whole. But when she ran you through like a the unleaded version, felt like your whole world was alive. And she lit a fire in you. Yes, the good old IFG, the public face of the Ikaria criminal empire, clean-shaven as it's become. And I know you founded a pharmaceutical company and profited immensely when it went public. And before that? I know your family became nobility during the years of civil unrest. No doubt by being well positioned when the time came to re-privatize our nation's industries. Yes. And before that? I know you slaughtered the Blue Bloods 30 years ago. Very good, Councillor Morgan. You've acclimated to our waters remarkably fast. What I don't know is why Makoto Ikaria has been the target of multiple kidnapping attempts over the past year. You can't fathom a guess as to why the Blue Bloods might want to ransom the family heir? That's the only guess I can make. It strikes me as, shallow. Nothing more dangerous than waters you don't know the depths of. As you said, 30 years ago, the Ikaria cartel, an unrecognized brand of brutes and drug smugglers compared to today, massacred the respectable Blue Bloods and left their geriatric leadership to die on the vine. We thrust the knife much deeper than that. You went after their heirs and their entire future. Are you familiar with genetic factor authentication? Using DNA as a password. Blood, specifically. Easier than memorizing a string 3 billion characters long. But GFA's fallen out of favour, hasn't it? The Blue Bloods made ample use of it back then. A bad bet. They already had all their offshore accounts, business titles, property deeds. The Blue Bloods thought they'd already won, that they were establishing a dynasty. So as they made their political marriages, they bound their alliances and fortunes in literal blood. GFA was both a financial and symbolic laundering of the Blue Bloods' past. Their children, now married, clean-cut and perfectly respectable, would prosper alongside wealth no longer tainted by ill-gotten gains. So that GFA registry became the Ikaria's checklist. We went through and crossed out anyone that could have access to those funds. Now all of it sits untouchable overseas in encrypted digital warehouses and some of the oldest, most austere banks in the world, collecting interest that will never be claimed. Does that answer your question as to why they would target Makoto? No. No. And you know it doesn't. Because if they thought they could lock you out your coffers by killing Makoto, they wouldn't be trying to take him alive. You're paying attention. I like that. We don't use GFA, and Makoto is the heir to House Ikaria, to the Ikaria Financial Group. He'd never be tied to our legitimate banking information. Why not? But what if he wants to buy a lollipop? A lollipop would be provided for him. The family's black market proceeds and its white market holdings must never mix. You divided your house right down the middle? Pardon the expression, but how can you stand? Atop the backs of many. And you take this division that seriously? Deadly seriously. This is our family's rule dating back centuries. Either you serve the house or you serve its interests, never both. So you're assigned to either the criminal organisation, what's registered as the IFG, or to managing the family's legitimate business holdings like Renegen. But that means you are nearly as much of an outsider to the Ikaria Financial Group as you are. Nearly is doing a lot of work there. Who do you answer to then? Who controls the Ikaria's legitimate empire? Until Makoto marries his mother. And I take it Makoto isn't solely responsible for the house's affairs at his age? Makoto wields great authority as the heir, but yes, the house is led by his father Raphael, and more directly by his grandfather, our patriarch, Daisuke Ikaria. Daisuke, right? Daisuke Ikaria. Look at this fucking dude. I see. But that puts me back to where I started. The Blue Bloods want to hold Makoto hostage to gain leverage on the likes of Daisuke. Daisuke. How can I put this? Had things gone even slightly different 30 years ago? Oh, okay. Let me guess. Hold on. No, I have a guess. Makoto is actually the genetic lineage of the Blue Bloods. They abducted him and claimed him as the new heir, as like an orphanage, like an orphan child. He's actually of the Blue Bloods. That's my claim. That's my guess. Here we go. The Blue Bloods would be the ones shaking their hands with politicians, marrying ambassadors, and sitting in boardrooms. Some of them believe it still can be so, if the right match were made. Fuck. Never mind. They want to marry into House Ikaria? Okay, I mean, half and half, right? We got close enough. But Makoto's and all the real Blue Bloods are older than... They'd find an age-appropriate adoption. You're missing the point. They need Makoto alive and well to negotiate that kind of reversal of fortune. They've been trying to capture him for the past year, but every Blue Blood I met today seems to care a lot more about getting revenge for their dead men than kidnapping a preteen. How many of them do you think Sosuke's cut down in the last year he spent repelling their attempts? Is that a source of internal conflict? If the old guard are throwing young bloods into the Ikaria shredder en masse, trying to capture Makoto just to elevate themselves, I suppose that might all total up to enough motivation for them to torture Sosuke, yeah. I had heard Sosuke was wounded. No one informed me that he had been tortured. You know him, I take it? As you gathered, Sosuke deals in matters unrelated to my side of the family. But he is still family. Or he is still family. Speaking of my side, I have a duty as a representative of my wing of the house to stress that we do not want this trial to be prolonged. So the bean counters don't care for the extra attention. That makes sense. Do you care about the outcome? A win is always preferable, but not a necessity. Makoto Ikaria hired me to prove Sosuke's innocence. If he's the one signing the checks, did he say why he hired you? He hired you for 2 reasons. Reason 1, his options are limited. More limited than he suggested, no doubt, to give a strong front. The entire house is currently being audited by the state. Our usual legion of lawyers and accountants are already billing hours as fast as they can, so he wouldn't have his pick of the litter. So one half of the family can't talk business at the dinner table with the other half, but you share a pool of lawyers? Lawyers can be trusted to be discreet, can they not? Yeah, we can read between the lines. So then you'll understand reason 2. Whatever lawyer he did find through the Ikaria's usual connections would, like me, do whatever's best for the house as a whole, and not what's best for Sosuke. I'll make an amendment. 3 reasons. Makoto knew that if he didn't assign him any lawyer, Sosuke would just stay silent as the state dragged him off to be chained, rather than inconvenience the house any further. Well, yeah. I've known Sosuke for less than a day, and even I can tell you, he's never seen a cross he wouldn't jump at the opportunity to bear. It's a good line. That explains why Makoto would hire someone without any connections to the Ikaria. You slow rolling another addendum that will clear up why on earth my name came across his desk. Littered with crayons and times tables, as I'm sure it was. I hope I've been able to elucidate matters for you, Councillor Morgan. masterfully subtle way to say we're done talking. Now, if I might ask you a small favour in return, pass this message to Sosuke. If you see a way out, take it. That sounds an awful lot like suicide talk to me, but that's okay. Do you understand what you're asking him to do? Even if Sosuke took a plea bargain, and even if I somehow managed to get the other charges reduced to manslaughter, self-defense, the state thinks he killed a cop. The message is for Sosuke, not you. Wait, hold on. I got what are these? Sorry, I just realized. What are these weapons? Weapons. These books she has in the background. She has Steve Queen Day and Night, Office Manners, Etiquette, something, Guns and Maniacs. I can't see. You Know My Name, Warzone, Politics for Winners, Math Master. She's fucking brushing up on her maths. Or are these for maybe these are for Sarah. Your interpretation of it is irrelevant. End of conversation. As she reaches the exit, she turns back to look at me, lingering in the doorway like the warm buzz of a strong, dark cocktail. And my mouth was dry. But your assessment is correct. If this were just 4 dead blue bloods, our dim little underworld could balance out the ledger unassisted. If that cop hadn't shown up last night. Do you know something about the late Officer Chopin? City in mourning after the death of the city's councilman's beloved adoptive son in the line of duty. All I know is that his funeral dirge will make those 4 boys' death sound like a disinterested sigh. By the way, I must admit you have a lovely apartment, Councillor. Changing subjects as subtly as a blunt train hopping its tracks. Quite spacious for a defence attorney. Yeah, place wouldn't sell after the tram route got diverted. Ah, okay. Interesting. That's why that happened, okay. I negotiated down the rent and then installed all the soundproofing myself. Can't open the windows without being treated to the sounds of the city, then. There's always a cost. That's one mystery solved, then, isn't it? Enjoy the rest of your quiet evening, Councillor. The door glides to a close behind her, easy as a question left unasked. I'm left here hanging on a single held breath of stillness, listening as the deafened thud of her honour guard's implied violence stomps down the hallway behind her. All right. Alright, that's a good place to save it, I think. You can look at the profiles. We have Mireille, brackets, Ikaria, question mark? Won't tell us our weight. Occupation, representative. Likes sipping alcohol, rubbing alcohol, arachnids. Dislikes sunrises, black tea, photographers. Favourite smell is dojo floors. She loves the fucking tatami mats. Best at making use of people. Worst at hiding my distaste. Very nice. Okay, let me just save the game real quick. Did I get my bids? Huge. Huge. Huge for the Tusk Corp Inc. Okay. Right. Thank you everyone for joining me. We'll be streaming more of this on Monday. Tomorrow we are streaming Ape Escape 3, baby. We're aping and we're escaping. The stream might be an hour later than it usually is. Just to give you fair warning. Tomorrow. Just for a one-off. But anyway, thank you for staying around. Thank you for enjoying. And if you were here from Joe's raid, thank you for sticking around. If the game has interested you, there's Chapter 0 as a free demo. And obviously, the stream VODs are on my Twitch channel and on the YouTube. So, shameless plug. Feel free to check either if you want to see it from the beginning. Is anyone from the community live at the moment? Let me have a look here. We have Edicus playing Binding of Isaac. So yeah, we can hand you over to him. I think there's anyone else going. Smoke of the White is live. We can raid Smoke of the White. Yeah, we haven't raided them before, so that's probably a good idea. Hold on. There you go. Slang. Why are we shouting at slang? Oh, because you took Vampire Crawlers. The drama. The fucking... the Fancy League drama has started. Anyway. Thank you. Yeah, if you wanted more of the devil, come by Monday. And I'll see you later. If you want to see Ape Escape, come by tomorrow. Goodbye. And have a lovely rest of your weekend. Goodbye.